Hello, and how is everyone today? Let's see what we're going to do for today's stream here. I think the plan is to talk about a new character, actually. Let's take a look at what we've done here in a short amount of time. A lot had to do with some help, I suppose. Maybe that's another reason I think that it's time to restart a new character. It's also been a few more weeks and more information has been learned, knowledge gained. So what are we looking at right now with our Puff the Magic Dragon character? Level 48, it's huge. Short amount of time. A lot of that had to do with the fact that we rode piggyback with a couple of other players that had some very powerful advantages. Not necessarily that started out better than us, but just made some other decisions and had some good equipment. I think a lot of that had to do with this use magic items. That's where most of my experience is coming from in this character. And a lot of that had to do with following one of the other players around up through the Church of Valriel while they used a rod of banishment and had selected a different deity, and then was easily able to use that rod of banishment to go up quite a few levels in the church using that magic item. And we got a lot of points from that excursion. I think most of that just came from one trip up, maybe 2 trips up the Church of Valriel with the proper equipment. And then, of course, a lot of this other stuff has been gained over time. Finding a lot of scrolls, I think, made a big difference in this. So what I kind of want to do is start a new character. And today's stream is going to be a little bit about choosing a character. We're going to go into a little bit more detail about how and why we're going to pick a character to play. So tell you what, let's do first. Let's hop over here to, oops, not necessarily this. So this is a larger map of Scorn and the outside area for it. We're in the crossfireatlas.net website, and there's a world map that's zoomable. You can zoom in and out on that and scroll around and all that kind of stuff if you want. One of the best places to start out for new player is Scorn. We'll see that in a few minutes. And Darlantus.com is a website that you can go to. We have a Discord here. It's kind of step new players through how to get started. There's a rather detailed description about how to install the GTK client, or even what a client is, get it running and connecting to a server. There are several servers. We're playing on Darlantus, so you'll choose darlantus.freedns.org, click on connect, and connect to us. If you need more help, there is a much more detailed walkthrough that really gets down and dirty into downloading the specific game, making sure to go through the warnings. Of course, if anytime you're installing a exe file or zip file, your Windows is going to be warning you, hey, this could be dangerous. So just make sure that you are saying keep to that. Go ahead and extract all. And anyway, I'm not going to step through the whole thing there, but it is a much more detailed description if you need that for how to get things installed. There is another client, the JS client, if you're interested in another type of client there. But let's talk today about Crossfire game itself. If you want to contribute or help out, we've got a SourceForge page, sourceforge.net, projects Crossfire, an adventure game here, graphical RPG. And it's got some things here, so if you do want to help out, would really love, whether it's, you know, doing some coding things or even just designing maps or quests, monsters, items, something like that, then would love all that kind of help or contributions, perhaps. And then finally, what I want to do is come over here to the wiki.crossfire-org site, and there's a wiki here that has a lot of good stuff. Would love contributions on this as well. There's a player's guide that you can click onto, and from player's guide there's a couple of other things connecting to Crossfire, creating a character is what we're going to be looking at today. And didn't really want to do that quite yet. So player's guide, creating characters, and then from the creating characters there's a bunch of stuff about primary stat points, choosing what race you want. Lots of races are going to be available, and this is maybe one of the most important things that we're going to choose. The difference between the natural stat limit and 20 indicates the bonus and penalties. When we look at this thing, 20, or a stat of 20, strength, dexterity, wisdom, those stats are going to determine how good you are at various things. And a stat of 20 is going to be the high end for a normal human. Other races might be able to have higher or less stats for things. We're also going to be interested in a class, what kind of like our profession perhaps. We're going to be an alchemist, or we're going to be a spellcaster, or are we going to be a fighter? Choosing a deity, some safe options right here, what would be best for you. And one thing that they're recommending is choosing a human, paladin, and a warrior. And a human paladin would actually be pretty good, no penalties. You might get praying, which is a pretty decent skill to start with. Half-orcs for warriors, Northmen for warriors, maybe. I'm not sure that I would recommend those too thoroughly, but they wouldn't be too bad. And then a little bit on some other types of classes and some other things you might want to keep at least be aware of for choosing races and those classes. And then it gets into a little bit more definition about the races and a very short, just 1 or 2 sentence description about what those races are going to be. And then again, a 1 or 2 sentence description about the classes that you're going to have available for you. Deities, choosing those. Must try is going to be highly recommended for new players, so I would suggest a little bit of that. However, potential problem with must try, which I found a little later than I wanted, was the fact that we're going to have a little bit of a problem with, I think, summoning drawbacks. Only receive 1 spell bonus, resistance. They repel summoning, makes summoning spells more difficult and unavailable right away. And I think that's one of the things that we want to actually have. So we might decide to not choose a deity right away, although must try might be one of the best to start with. However, there's more detail if we look at, or maybe let's come back to here, I suppose, for a minute. If we scroll back up, we can see dragons and dwarves, and they each have links. And so if we go to each of those, I already opened those up in these tabs. And we get a lot more description about what these races are going to do. And this is probably going to be one of our most important aspects for designing or creating a character. And part of the reason that this is going to be most important is because we are going to be defining or setting our maximum maximum stats. So here we have stat maximum. You can have a highest strength you can get to is 25, highest dex is 20, 26, and so on for these stats. That means that this dragon character is not going to be able to have over a level 17 intelligence. And that could be good, depending on what you're trying to do. Level 17 isn't overly bad, but certainly if you're trying to cast a lot of magic or use a lot of magic, this might be a little limiting to some high-level spells, perhaps. The biggest limitation for dragons right here is they can't use any armor or weapons at all. Right? So let's go ahead and read over some of these and just take a closer look. It says, warning for dragons. Although it's not the intent of this article to reveal spoilers, it is a possibility depending on your definition of a spoiler. And so, again, I guess I should point out that these videos that I'm making, we are going to be looking at a lot of details for things, and depending on your definition of a spoiler, we could be giving out lots of spoilers for things. If you are the type of person who always loves everything to be a surprise and you like to figure out everything from scratch, then just dive right in. This might not be the video for you then. But we're not going to give out too many spoilers, and the spoilers that we're going to give, I think, are a little bit more important for us in how a new player, how a new person to the game might choose the right character, the right combination of a race and a class and stats to enjoy the game. Because it is very possible to pick a race and a class and stat combinations that don't make a lot of sense or that are very difficult to play. And if you try to play those type of characters, you can get very frustrated very easily. And we don't want players to get frustrated in the game and rage quit and leave the game. So part of what we're trying to do here is help the new player to make some good choices. And to do that, we need to know a little bit about what these different races, or what it would mean to choose these different races as far as some maximums and capabilities. All right. Dragons are completely different than any other race, and their vast size and bizarre body prevents both from wearing armor and wielding weapons. And you're thinking, oh my goodness, here is a type of character that can't wear any armor or wield any weapons. This can't be a very fun character. But indeed, because they are different than any other race, there are some very interesting advantages. In fact, we had Puff the Magic Dragon as our last character, specifically to try out some of those differences. And it was fine. Not wearing any armor, not wearing any weapons turned out to be all right. Tools that they disdain in any case for those armor and weapons. Instead, they are gifted with the ability to evolve and grow stronger by eating flesh of their defeated foes. So dragons are the only race that can eat the leftover body parts of orcs and giants and all these other types of creatures that you're fighting, and ultimately gain more abilities and protections by eating the flesh of those creatures. Over the years, their dragon hide hardens and can provide better protection than the best armor. And I'm not positive if it can provide better protection than the best armor, but certainly it can provide very good protection for more than a lot of armors, and fairly quickly as well. Instead of wielding weapons, they use their sharp and lethal claws in combat. So clawing is is the melee weapon that they can use. Moreover, dragons have a natural talent for magic, and so even though they have a maximum of 17 intelligence, they do have a very high power capability, which means lots of spell points that they can use. They just can't use the perhaps highest levels of magic, whether it's casting magic spells or whether it's through a deity-based enchantment. Dragons are very interested in the lore of the elements and usually choose to specialize. While focusing their metabolism on certain element, they can gain various abilities, including new spells, enhanced claws, and more. Eventually, a dragon is able to evolve from a hatchling stage into a grown-up, terrifying ancient dragon. And that is one of the things that makes them a little different too, is you go through these stages of growth, which is kind of interesting, I think. Player's race. So when you choose, or if you choose to be a dragon, you will automatically have a few modifications to your normal statistics here. Strength of +5, no addition to your dexterity. A constitution +6, which means you'll have a lot more hit points. The strength, by the way, just a very brief thing, is talking about maybe how hard you can hit, how much you can carry. Those are very important things for a new player, especially, to enjoy the game. Dexterity, a little bit of speed and how often you can hit, the ability, maybe things like balancing, that type of stuff as well. Intelligence, there is a reduction in intelligence and a greater reduction in wisdom, so your magic casting abilities might be reduced a little bit, and your praying and spirituality aspects are going to be reduced a little bit more. Power is going to be increased, so the spell points that you have available for you. And this could affect some of the spells that you have, or that you can learn early on, but I will also say that in general, all of these statistics can be increased over time by various means, whether it's drinking certain potions or through some other magical items that can enhance or increase your abilities. And in fact, if you have things like rings and special helmets or amulets, they can raise your stats even above their natural maximums. So if you're drinking potions to increase your strength, for example, you'll only be able to get a maximum strength of 25, but if you're wearing a special helmet or a ring that can increase even more, then you'll get even more strength ability beyond that, or even more dexterity ability beyond that. No addition to charisma, which oftentimes affects how you buy and sell things at the various shops around town. And ultimately you end up with a +5 to your stats overall, rather than what a normal human would get. And that's actually a significant difference. It's actually a pretty good thing to keep in mind here, is that you end up with a +5 overall to your stats, as opposed to what a normal human could have. The maximum stats are listed right here, and again, with a intelligence maximum of 17 and a wisdom maximum of 12, if you're really looking for the highest levels of magic casting abilities, then the dragon might not be all that great. But with a very high constitution of 26 and a strength of 25 and even power of 25, that's actually a really good character, I would say. Lots of constitution is going to make sure that you have lots of hit points or health points. That's going to be very important for new players as well. And you start off with a +6, which is already starting off pretty good. And strength, I found, probably another of the more important things right there at the beginning of your playing at the game. Protections. Are you protected from fear? Are you protected from electricity? Are you protected from other types of things that could harm you, paralysis and so on? And the interesting thing about dragons is you can acquire more of those protections by eating the flesh of the different monsters that you're combating and so on. So that's a very interesting aspect to dragons as well. The limitations are you can't use weapons and armor, which I feel that takes out a very interesting part of the game, trying to find good weapons and armor that you can use. And I wish that there was a way that we could do that. Of course, choosing another race would be the way to do it, right? But you don't get then all these other benefits. Skills that you start off with, and this is very important also, I feel, is as a very new beginner player, what skills do we want to even have right out of the box? That could be very important. So we've got this levitation skill. Use levitate while outside the cities, allows you to move more quickly over various types of terrain. That could be really nice, and it also might mean that you wouldn't fall into a couple of specific traps perhaps if you had levitation. But on the downside, levitation, if you are currently levitating, means that you probably aren't going to be able to pick things up off the floor, right? Because you're levitating a little bit higher than that. It does have a clawing skill, and if I remember correctly, clawing might not be available to any other race at all. In other words, you might never be able to get clawing, whereas levitation, other races could eventually somehow get a levitation skill. Some of them might be able to get it through I don't think there are any skill scrolls for levitation, but certainly there are magic items that could provide levitation and some spells. Woodsman is another useful skill that the dragon will start off with, and that's again going to be able to discover what animal flesh or monster parts are going to be good to eat and so on. You also get experience for that, which helps your overall experience, and having this kind of thing is going to potentially be really good for advancing your character faster as you're getting extra experience points while you're identifying these corpses of the monsters that you're defeating. When you do eat those monsters, then you have a chance to gain resistances as well, and that is permanently. This doesn't happen every time. As your resistance grows higher, you need to find higher levels of food. You can only gain 1 resistance point per piece of flesh. And so what we might need here is to be aware that we might not gain anything, but as we find things to be more delicious, we have a better chance at gaining some kind of resistance to electricity or cold or fire, poison, that type of thing. And I guess they're listed right here: magic, fire, cold, poison, electricity, acid are some things that we could gain resistance to. And it says a couple of good foods for beginner dragons are zombies and ogres, which are plentiful around Scorn, and they can resist your electricity or cold up to 30 and electricity up to 30 for each of those. Focuses and abilities. This is a little bit of a difference for the different types of, or dragons' abilities to have focus is one of the reasons that they're different than other races. And here what we can see is when you start off, I think you start off being a fire dragon all the time. I think that's going to be our only choice maybe, but certainly we can change our focus very quickly once we start the game to either cold, lightning, poison, so on. And we're going to gain different effects and abilities as you increase in levels. You do not lose those abilities once you've gained them, and so you can switch to another type and focus on something a little bit different. New hatchlings always have a focus on fire, I thought, and then you can switch over a little bit to whatever you want. But fire is pretty good. You're fire attuned, you have fire claws, you have dragon's breath fire, kind of a skill or a spell that shoots a cone-shaped array of fire out. Gives you the spell if you don't have it. Cold, of course, is going to allow you to shoot a large ice storm spell, ball lightning, x-ray vision can be gotten from lightning as well, and finally poison cloud to deliver an additional poison attack to your enemies as well. We have a little bit of titles that are given to us, which is kind of interesting depending on our levels. And ultimately what it's saying is our elemental title ends up being based on whatever we were focused on for the most levels. So if you're focusing on fire and ice and electricity all for 25 levels, but then for poison you get 26 levels, then you end up being a poison dragon, right? Just because there is a higher level for that than any of the other levels. Some other interesting things about things that you can wear. Remember, you can't wear any armor or weapons, but you can wear 2 rings, an amulet, a talisman, bracers, cloak, and a girdle, and sometimes those can be magical to give you special additional magic abilities as well. And that's what we played with our last character, Puff the Magic Dragon, because of some of those very interesting things. Now, I feel right now that dragons are probably going to be the most interesting character race to play for new players. That's the way I feel at this point. And that's part of the reason why I decided to take a look at these other things in a video here. What do I think now after we look at these a little bit more? So dwarves, let's compare those dragons to dwarves and see if this is what we would prefer to play. Dwarves are hardy. They are going to be focused on Mastrai as far as the deity, which is good. Traditional profession of dwarfs is smithery. Hard-pressed to find a dwarf that is not competent in it. With their great strength and hardiness leads them to become smiths and miners, or whether their profession leads to their strength and hardiness is unknown. Their thick musculature makes them slow of body, and seemingly some of their muscles has crept into their brain. Perhaps their repetitive tasks dull the mind, perhaps they're simply born dumb. But on the good side, dwarves can see in the dark, which has been something that I've wanted to do at one point. Of course, we could learn that spell also, and there's a couple of magic items that could help perhaps. And of course, things like torches will work as well, lanterns. But it would be good to be able to see in the dark without casting some light. That way we wouldn't give ourselves away to some creatures. Let's see, but they are poor at controlling magic, and they do, despite this, there are indeed dwarven clerics and mages, just not quite as good as their human counterparts. So that tells me with a heavy basis on magic in the game, I kind of feel like I want to have some good magic skills. So let's take a quick look at this here. Intelligence and wisdom, that's only -2 and -1, where the dragon had more negatives for those things. Here our intelligence and wisdom comes out to be a maximum of 18 and 19. Taking a closer look at this, I see a 23 and a 24 for strength and constitution, but something in the high teens, 18, 18, 19, 18 and 19 are the maximums for all these other things. Well, hey, wait a second. Come back over here to dragons. Look at these maximums. 25, 20, 26, and a 25 here. Intelligence and wisdom are quite a bit lower. We've only got a 17 and a 12 for intelligence and wisdom, as opposed to an 18 and a 19, right? But if I was going to be someone who's casting some magic, I think I would ultimately want something higher than an 18 and 19 if that was going to be my main focus. Here it kind of seems like the dwarf is a little bit more balanced overall, perhaps. Doesn't have quite as low wisdom, though only 1 point less for intelligence. But overall, high teens and everything else. And really what we're looking at here, what I'm trying to point out, is with our net modification of a 0, which means that, and of course this little 1 right here means charisma is not included in the calculation. So check this out. We're going to avoid this charisma right here. So pay no attention to that -1 right there. And so for these stats over here, for strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, and power, all of these things cancel out to be a net value of a 0. So if we have a +3 and a -2, that means we still have a +1. And then we add 4, it's a +5. We take away 2 and 1 and 2 more. We take away those 5, and now we end up with 0. And that's where we get this net. So ultimately what we're saying is all of the positives are balancing out all of the negatives for strength, dexterity, and constitution. And then once all of that is balanced out, you're still taking away 1 extra point for charisma. Coming back over here to the dragon, we're taking all of these things, +5, +6, -3, -8, +5 again, and we come up with a +5 there. So we've got 5 more points overall to our stats for being a dragon. That seems pretty good. And keep in mind that this goes to our natural maximum stats, which means that a dwarf is always going to have 5 points less in here than a dragon. Just can't beat that, right? So why would I want to do this? Less strength, less constitution, higher wisdom and intelligence, so maybe a little bit more balanced there, right? But what else can we do? We can see in the dark. That's great. A dragon could eventually see in the dark as well with various spells. And I don't see any other bonuses here. Whereas if we take a look back here at the dragon, we've got all kinds of bonuses. Yes, there is a huge limitation of cannot wear weapons and armor. We've got to keep that in mind. But we still are going to have the ability to increase our, where does it say this? Moreover, dragons have a, let's see. Over the years, the dragon hide hardens to provide better protection, better than most armor. So why do we really care about the dwarves' armor then? They do have claws, and of course that can be pretty handy. It does mean we can't swap out for better weapons, but those claws are going to get better as the skill increases as well. We also have levitation. We also start off with woodsman here right away, and we can eat monster parts to gain resistances. And we start off with a breath weapon, a magical ability right there. It's actually a pretty good weapon. And we have more interesting things in the fact that we can have different focuses throughout our gameplay. Switching between cold and fire, lightning, poison. So overall, I'm thinking this is just going to be a lot more fun character. You're not missing out on too much by only having a max of 17 and 12 wisdom, right? But let's take a look at others. I'm going to go ahead and close out of the dwarf. I don't see a lot of advantages for there. So let's take a look at an elf. For an elf, we've got an elf is a child of fairy and kind of worships the Lythander being of fairy. They heal more slowly than other races, so slower health points, hit points coming up, but the mana flows into them more quickly, so your spell points are going to regenerate faster. They also need far less food than other races. That can be good because anytime that you're casting spells or you're taking damage, ultimately your food goes to replace those points. Right? Anytime you are regenerating hit points or spell points, you will see your food decreasing. And so if you take far less food, that could be good. Every elf is taught the use of a bow, so you can use the bow. Long lives allow them to take up any trade. They're weaker and less hardy than humans, but quicker of body and mind, generally make more powerful spellcasters. However, they have a notoriously offhanded attitude towards their religious devotions and make them poor priests. And so we can see that here with a -3 wisdom, but also with a +2 intelligence. But let's take a look at this again. So here we have again a net of 0, and notice that this says charisma is not included. So we can ignore charisma for now. In this case it's good because we're going to add an additional 4. that isn't included in the net zero. So all of these things, strength, dexterity, wisdom, power, are all going to add and subtract up to become 0. Well, that's not too bad. It's better than having a negative, but remember the dragon has a +5 to the stats there. However, these guys do have a stronger charisma. However, charisma is not going to let you win battles necessarily. It is only going to, well, I shouldn't say only, but one of the main things it's going to do is allow you to have a better shop buying power. I think it also has to do with loyalty, if your pets are going to follow you or how closely they follow you, which can be a very good thing. But that's not something that might be overly important, and maybe especially not to a beginner player. And charisma can be increased over time for any players or any characters as well, up to a certain maximum, of course. And so we have a maximum of 24 for them for charisma. But let's take a look at some of these other things here. Strength, dexterity, constitution, and so this is where I really feel that there's a failing. So there is a max intelligence of 22 and a wisdom of 17. So right now, it seems that this would be a pretty good spellcaster, not necessarily the best priest, as we see. But if I'm looking at these other things, a maximum of 18 strength and a maximum of 18 constitution, which determines our overall hit points, I'm not really overly impressed with that. They can see in the dark, great. Other races will be able to see in the dark once they learn those spells. I'm going to hang on to the elf for just a minute, because indeed, if you wanted to be super highly focused on a spellcaster, elf might potentially be the way to go for that, right? So let's check out Fireborn here. Fireborn is going to be, legends say that Fireborn are sparks struck off an anvil of creation with life and spirit and eventually mind. Those who research magic think they are relatives of some kind to Will of the Wisps. An observer seeing one for the first time would see a strangely intelligent vortex of flame, somehow carrying its items without burning them. Their insubstantial nature makes them both very weak and very quick. Their minds are agile, and they are able to commune well with the gods. However, their area of excellence is magic. They spellcast more powerfully than any other race, and mana flows to them readily. And we can kind of see this by the fact that their power level is 27, and that is massively high. Here I'm noticing that their intelligence is only 22 and wisdom is only 22, which makes them really balanced as far as a good caster goes. But coming back over here to our elf, what are we seeing here? 22 and 17, and only a 22 power. Oh. Well, that kind of indicates to me that if I was wanting to focus on a spellcaster and actually have praying and deity spells as well, that actually the Fireborn looks better than the elf, at least right now. Let's take a little bit closer look here. They have the ability to levitate at will, which is kind of an important skill. Not overly important, but it is nice. And they can touch to burn as an attack. They gain more power. They are increasingly difficult to hit with weapons. However, they cannot use any weapons or armor. So that goes back to the same thing as dragons. And unfortunately, it does limit us as far as a player goes, as far as how we can enjoy the game. If we aren't able to try out different armors or weapons, then there is a little bit of a loss for our playing experience there. And thereby miss out on many benefits, including powerful magical enchantments. Again, weapons and armor can be enchanted with special abilities to bring you up above your maximums. Okay. Those items may bring. Okay, fire does not harm them, nor poison. Cold, spiritual drain, and physical drain present great peril to them. So of course, these are Fireborn, so of course they have they should, we'll see it here in a minute, protections 100% fire and 100% poison protection, absolutely. But -30 and a -30 here to their spiritual drain and physical drain and cold here. So player races. So if you choose to be one of these races, or if you choose this as your race, you're given a -5, +4, +2, +2, and +7 for a total, again, we're ignoring charisma for now. So that is a +10 net. That's twice as many points as the dragon overall. That's pretty nice, right? Because now we look through here and we see all 20s. There is a 15 in strength. And strength is kind of important because that is going to determine how much you can carry. And right off the bat, you're getting a -5 to it, which means that you'd have to devote a lot of your initial stat points to strength just to bring it up to a strength of 1, which is a minimum. I mean, absolute minimum, but I would say having a strength of 5, or maybe I should put it this way. When I've tried out characters with lower strengths than a 5, those characters have been almost practically unplayable because you just can't pick up anything. There's a little piece in the game for those of you that have not been playing much. I'll go ahead and describe. There's a stack of 10 food rations that we pick up on a regular basis to put down at an altar and get a special talisman. And you can do that several times a day to get this. But with a strength of 5, we can't even pick up 10 food rations at all. So this stack of food rations is not even something that we can get to try that, to do that one little action, right? And so I would say anything less than a strength of 5 is practically unplayable. So you're going to need, and then if you have a -5 here, then you're going to need to put a substantial amount of stat points, your initial stat points, to strength just to bring it up to a 5. So be cautious about that. And then with a maximum of 15, doesn't give you a whole lot more to play around with. That's not necessarily totally bad. If you are focused really, really heavily on magic, this again so far seems better than the elf. In fact, if I come back to the elf, if you want something a little bit more balanced, an elf might be a really good character to go for here, but a 15 strength is certainly not the end of the world. There are things that can increase your strength even more. Okay? Having 100% fire and 100% poison resistance right off the bat could be really good for you as well. You aren't able to wear any armor and weapons, which could reduce a little bit of the fun of the gameplay as well. If you have another character that can use those things, then that could be good, because then this character could give all of the weapons and armor that we find to our other character. And sometimes it's good to play another character too, to see how another character would play. Traits: 4 rings and 2 amulet slots, whereas most of the other players, or characters I should say, are only going to have 2 ring slots and 1 amulet. So you get a lot more rings, actually I guess twice as many rings, twice as many amulets as the other characters. You emit light. That might not necessarily be a great thing all the time. I mean, you are emitting light, which means that you can see automatically around yourself, but if you are walking into a dark cave, for example, emitting light might wake up the creatures and they're going to see you much easier. So that might end up being a bad thing for you in certain situations. Attunement to fire magic. So you are attuned to fire magic, which is going to be good. It's going to give you a lot of fire-related spells. You start off with flame touch and levitation right away, which would be your main attack weapon, and the ability to levitate could be good. Tips on playing. So they give you a few extra tips here. Make sure you throw dice. In this case, we don't throw dice anymore. We can allot spell points or allot stat points to specific stats. And they say make sure that you get a very high intelligence power, because again, we're trying to take advantage of our already high intelligence and power to cast those spells. So if you're going to be doing a fireborn character, you're probably really interested in these 3 stats particularly. And I would even argue Constitution would be pretty important as well, because that's going to be your hit points. When choosing a class, make sure you note the benefits of an Invoker and a Monk, which could also give you additional bonuses in certain areas that you might like. When choosing a God, remember you already cannot use any weapon and armor. And so some deities are going to require that you don't use specific armor and weapons, and that might be a limitation for you, but you wouldn't want to choose some certain deity. In this case, the game is trying to remind you that, hey, you already can't use any of those because of your race, so maybe it won't matter if you choose a deity now that is going to block the use of weapons and armor as well. Using the crystal from the very beginning, it makes you able to kill your foes stronger than you. And of course, what we're talking about here is there is a crystal in the game that allows you to store up additional spell points that you can later use just by touching this glowing crystal. And that could be very useful. Maybe one of the problems would be finding a crystal right off the bat. I don't know if you're going to start off with one right away, which I highly doubt. Avoid direct contact with your enemies. So that's not necessarily a really good thing here. If you have a flame touch, which it sounds like you're going to need to touch your enemy, but you want to avoid contact. And the reason that they're telling you to avoid contact is because your strength is pretty low, so you're not going to be able to deliver a lot of physical damage to them directly. Your Constitution is not terrible, but it doesn't have any bonuses here, and that's going to be how many hit points you have. So you really kind of want to keep your distance. Again, focusing more on the spells and attacking your opponents from the distance. Take full advantage of the fact that your character is fire and poison resistant, so you don't need to worry about fire attacks or poison. You can just walk into those things. Physical weakness is the most annoying drawback with Fireborns. Counter that by learning summoning spell, dancing swords, or similar spells that enable you to break doors and so on. Or get a lockpick set, which I think even though you're Fireborn, you'll still be able to use. We'll check that out at some point. And that physical weakness can be a little bit of a problem because you have such a high negative, -5 in that stat. On higher levels, elementals can be your best friends. They may enable you to kill dangerous foes from a safe distance. So you would be summoning your fire elementals or electricity, storm elementals, cold elementals, and so on to do your attacking for you. Okay. Of course, other races can do summoning as well. In this particular case, I'm going to say that if I was going to play a character highly focused on magic, I would probably not choose an elf. I might have to see how bad that limitation of a -5 for strength. Of course, here the elf already has a -2. It's not too much worse. Okay. But it is 3 points of difference for that strength. Everything else I think is pretty okay. Notice that here we do have, it's that +10 or +10 for these strength, dexterity, wisdom, and power. But on top of that, we're still taking off 2 points for charisma. That's probably not too big of a deal, but it is something to at least think about. I'm going to, in this case, take out elf, just because if I was going to play a magic user, I would probably choose this Fireborn right here. What about gnomes? So gnomes and dwarves look so much alike that some speculate that they are the same race, but with very different cultures. No one has been able to talk a dwarf and a gnome into attempting to interbreed, however, which would settle the issue. Dwarves and gnomes, a little bit of humor. Dwarves and gnomes have a disgust for one another and both find the thought of intimacy with each other repulsive. Despite that, they coexist peacefully enough, perhaps because of their interests, or perhaps because their interests never conflict. Gnomes do not nearly have the strength or hardiness of dwarves. They're even more clumsy. They're quite spiritual, and they make good priests, and many are very strong magicians. They can see in the dark and have familiarity with God, and their familiarity with God seems to bring a general blessing of good luck on all of gnome kind. Then, as far as player races and choosing those go, we see that for all of the strength, dexterity, wisdom, and power, they have a net of 0. Okay, it's not too bad, but we do notice that our Fireborn and our dragons have a net of +10 and +5. So we're already a little bit lower for our stat maximums. And remember, this is the stat maximum. You are not going to get above this unless you have things like rings and so on. However, I guess one thing that we do need to consider with the Fireborn and the dragons is they can't wear, neither of them can wear armor and weapons, which could give additional bonuses to strength and dexterity. But they can wear rings and amulets, both of them. And so those items could end up being just what we need to boost our stats even higher than the natural maximums, right? Here I'm noticing that the equipment for dragons can also include other things like bracers, cloak, and girdles. I found some pretty good girdles and some talisman as well. I'm not noticing that here in the Fireborn, and I'm not sure if that's just an oversight or if they just do not have the ability to wear those at all. Haven't done enough research on that yet. I am noticing that their maximums here, high teens, 19, 17, 18 for the first 3. They do have a pretty decent intelligence, wisdom, and power, though. In fact, if I was looking back at the Fireborn, real quick, 22, 22, and 27, back to the gnome, 20, 23, and 23, not quite as much power. But, you know, one thing that we could do here, power is how much spell points you're going to have before you need to wait and recharge that. But there are other things that we can do to get power back to us. And so we could take potions of power regeneration, and that will restore our power to full or give us more power to use right away. There are also glowing crystals which we can find that will allow us to store our spell points into this glowing crystal and then retrieve those later on. And so in a way, I would say that having a power of 23 versus a power of 27 here might not make too big of a difference. In fact, you can blow through your spell points pretty quick. Right? Having a power of 27 just means that it's going to take you longer to wait to regenerate your full maximum there. You'd probably be using a crystal anyway. In fact, I think down there at the bottom of this page it said that we should take full advantage of the glowing crystals. So in this case, with an intelligence of 22 and a wisdom of 22, the gnomes are going to have a slightly less intelligence but a little bit greater wisdom. And they have a much better strength. So this might be a little bit of a choice to make. Would you rather be a gnome? Certainly if you were wanting to be a little bit more deity-based, having 23 might be a little bit better. If you're trying to do normal spells, though, an intelligence of 20 versus 22 is not a huge difference, but it could mean the difference between learning some spell and not at the very highest levels. Constitution of 20 versus here the gnome has a constitution of 18 for hit points and strength. That's going to be a tough choice between the Fireborn and the gnome. Some other things that we can look at with the gnome is a +1 luck, which can be kind of nice. They can see in the dark, which is good. They automatically start off with a praying skill, which is good. They have used magic items, throwing, praying, evocation, pyromancy, sorcery, and summoning all at the beginning. Oh, that's the NPC, I'm sorry. NPCs can have those. Our starting equipment is unknown. Their skills, they start off with praying, which is not bad. But it also means that we're going to have to find those skill scrolls before we can do a lot. I'm going to go ahead and hang on to the gnome a little bit longer as well. They seem fairly balanced. Quite a bit of stuff, but still not. It's still with a stat modifier net of 0 rather than a +5 or a +10. That could be tricky. Halflings. Stat modifier net is a 0, -4 to the strength, and +4 to the constitution. So very high constitution, perhaps, which is going to affect your hit points. Fairly low strength and not a lot of intelligence or wisdom, and really not a lot of strength either when you look at the whole thing. They do have a fairly high constitution and dexterity. Let's go ahead and read a little bit about them. Halflings are another subrace of humans, like Northmen. They are much smaller and shorter than humans, so they're weaker, but they are quicker and hardier. They're quite unreligious, but many take up magic. Their small size lets them hide more effectively, and for some reason, chances seem favorable with them with good luck. They are also surprisingly resistant to the loss of life force. So drain here as a +30 resistance. So let's take a closer look at them. They're fairly balanced in their stats, although strength is a little bit on the low side because they have a net of 0 also. And because they don't really have a very high intelligence or wisdom, if you were wanting to do magic, not really a great fighter either. +30 drain, +1 luck. They have some skills, hiding, stealing, some fighting skills, quite a bit of stuff there. Basic skills as far as literacy, punching, which I know several of the others do as well, even though they weren't listed. Starting equipment is leather armor and a dagger. But I'm going to say overall, this does not look overly impressive to me. Am I going to be trying to work on magic overall? If you want a more balanced character, this one might be good. But I am not going to choose that myself. Quetzalcoatl, a strange mix of snakes, birds, humans, and a dash of the divine. They are able to manipulate objects with their claws. They're amazingly strong, quick, and amazingly misspelled, hardy, but quite stupid and impetuous despite the dash of divinity. However, they are strongly magical in nature and usually have a vast reservoir of mana with which to cast any spell they're not too stupid to learn. Great. So intelligence and wisdom of 12 with a -8 and a -8. They do have a +5 there, so where is all that net going? It's going to a much larger than normal strength and constitution and power. Okay. Their strongly draconic nature makes them immune to fire, so fire immunity is going to be good. In fact, if we scroll up a little bit more, 100% fire. And helps them with fire spells. They are vulnerable to cold, a -30 protection in cold. They can grasp weapons, which is better perhaps than the dragons or the fireborn. They can at least use weapons. But their bizarre body shape prevents them from using body armor, helmets, and other items of apparel for those bipedal creatures with 2 arms, 2 legs, and so on. Their inability to use armor comes back to haunt them when they compare themselves to other races. Highly enchanted armor is usually more beneficial than dragon hide. That's interesting that over here the dragon race specifically said, where was that? Again, over the years their dragon hide hardens. It can provide better protection than the best armor. Okay. Not sure how I should take that. as a new person who's looking at this. Let's see. Their wings come in handy as they can use to levitate. And their hide gets thicker as they gain more power, compensating them for not being able to wear armor. Same thing with the dragons, of course. So let's see what our stats like. They have a +5 net as well, which means if we take a look at these stats over here, they are all going to balance out to be +5, which means that looking at these, we've got some good 20s, but the intelligence and the wisdom of 12 means you've really got to not care a lot about casting those spells. So you're going to be a lot more interested in your melee hand-to-hand fighting. And unfortunately, I don't think that is going to make for a very interesting game. Maybe as a beginner, maybe as a new player for the first 20 levels or so, that might not be a hindrance on you too much, although it is taking away 8 points right away from you. So unless you're plunking in all of your stat points back into those, they're going to be pretty low, which means you're just not going to be using a lot of spells. And I have a feeling that after the amount of time that I've played the game so far, spells are one of the most interesting and enjoyable aspects of the game. So we definitely probably do not want to play this character. There might be other reasons that you would want to play, but I'm going to say no. Serpent Men right here have a +4 for their net. That's interesting because, of course, we're talking about strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, and power, and the charisma is not included in this. But then they have an additional -4 then back onto their charisma. So again, charisma is not going to be too big of a deal. Perhaps. I haven't noticed that it's a big deal in the game. It does affect the prices that you're going to buy things at right off the bat, but you should be creating a character with a super high charisma just to buy things anyway. You should not be buying things with your main character, I would say, because you're not needing to focus anything on charisma. So maximum stats here are going to be strength, dexterity, constitution are your 20s. Intelligence and wisdom is 18. It's a pretty balanced character probably overall. Let's read a little bit about them. The Serpent Man adventurer is a rare breed. Few Serpent Men ever leave the swamps, as they are not well adjusted for human society. Their heads and feet are not shaped properly to use boots or helmets made for human folk, but their unusual build has given rise to a cultural habit of wearing pieces of bracelet and ring-like jewelry on their tails. They possess a tough hide, strong legs, which enable them to leap further than most folks, and their nasty claws can double as weapons. They're only partially warm-blooded. Should that be cold-blooded? As a result, they are somewhat susceptible to the cold. Oh, only partially warm-blooded. And so they're susceptible to cold. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Coming down here, protections from fire, electricity, acid, poison. Wow, that's pretty nice to have +30 protections in all of those right off the bat. They do have a -20 to cold, so you'd have to watch out for cold specifically. They can't wear boots or helmets, but when we're thinking about Fireborn and dragons as well, they can't wear anything at all, so even this is better. They do have 3 ring slots and 2 bracer slots. That could be good, and they do have a skill of clawing, same as the dragons do, so that's nice. So let's compare this to a couple of other things. If I was wanting to be a fairly well-rounded character, this one could have a good potential. Right? It's not super maxed out on intelligence and wisdom, but it does have a pretty good constitution and a strength for carrying things and a good constitution for high levels of hit points. We start off with a good level of protections right off the bat, which is very helpful for new players. We can have up to 18 intelligence and wisdom. We do start off with some -2s there, but when we think about the total there of 18, after we find some potions, that might not be too bad. The fact that we can't use boots and helmets, I would say that that's not too big of a deal. It still allows us to have some fun with other types of armor and weapons. And we can wear an additional ring and an additional bracer, which could be good for us as well. So let's compare that to something like the dragon. Let's come back to the dragon for a minute. 25, 20, and 26. So slightly lower dexterity, but higher strength and constitution. Power is only 20 there as well, where we're looking at 25 power here. Only 17 intelligence and 12 wisdom, which really brings us down for that, whereas opposed to this one has 18s for both of those. Here we have some protections, but remember the dragon can gain these same protections just by eating the corpses of the monsters. We have the ability to wear other types of armor and use weapons here, which can be good. This one could be a fun one to play. Check out some of our others. Troll, net of 0, good strength, good constitution right here, but intelligence and wisdom are down, power is down, and that net of 0 doesn't include an additional -4 to charisma. Again, charisma is not that big a deal necessarily. You're going to have another player buying your goods for you anyway, probably. You should. We have resistance to cold, not resistance to fire, and there is a bit of fire I've seen in the game, so that might not be the best. We are repelled against fire, which means that we can't even learn any of the fire magic right here. Let's see if it here. They're great until someone waves a torch at them. Fire presents great perils to trolls here as well. And if they are repelled for fire magic, it means they can't use that at all. And that's, I would say, a severe limitation. Spell regeneration is -2, but they are very hardy at health regeneration with a +3. Might be an interesting one to play at some point. They have pretty decent intelligence and wisdom, I suppose. Really good strength and constitution. Although I'm just not sure that that's the type of thing that I want to play here, especially with fire being repelled. Wraiths, I've played a Wraith for a little bit, and I ultimately decided that it was a very difficult character to play, at least for myself as a new player. And part of the reason, well, let's just go ahead and read it. A Wraith is the spirit of a person who has made an evil bargain in order to persist after natural death, or has been forced involuntarily into its current undead state. This transformation frees them of the limits of natural lifespan and grants them immunity to diseases, poison, loss of life force. Wraiths also need feel little fear of cold, and they can see well in the dark. A Wraith's corporeal form has terrible vulnerabilities. Fire and most god powers are dangerous to Wraiths. Their tenuous form makes them quick and somewhat hard to hit, but also weaker and less hardy. Wraiths have a strong affinity to magic, especially cold spells, and are very strong spellcasters. However, they cannot use fire spells or fear to self-destruction, or for fear of self-destruction, Players wishing to use fire spells later in the game may prefer to select another race, and so on. Race also do not heal naturally. They gain their sustenance from food, or gain sustenance from food. Instead, they have to do something called wraith feeding, which is a little tricky to get used to as a brand new player, I would say. And so for a brand new player, probably not a good character to be, and just for that reason right there, I'm going to say we will not choose it for a new character. It does have some good resistances. If we're looking in here at the maximum stats, we see a 0 net stat for your strength, dexterity, intelligence, power, wisdom, but your constitution adds a -4 to that. Again, might not matter since you're buying your equipment with other characters anyway. You have resistances, 100% for drain, poison, ghost hit, plus 30 to cold resistance there, but you are very susceptible to fire and denied fire path magic. There are some things here, high sustenance, can see in the dark, attuned to cold paths, but again, because the way that they're feeding does not make for a very good race to start off with. So that leaves us with dragons, fireborns, gnomes, serpent men. And if we take a look here, there is another page in the Crossfire wiki, the races, playable races, and it puts all of those things into a little bit more readable chart. Unfortunately, this page is not particularly super readable because we can only see a certain amount and then we have to scroll over. I don't really see a scroll bar, so I've got to highlight and drag. Maybe I'm just totally missing some aspect of this page here. What if I come down to the bottom? Do I have a scroll bar? No. Okay. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. Still a little not very intuitive or friendly there. So let's take a quick look at this. For our strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, power, charisma, if we're looking at dragons versus the fireborn, let's say. Fireborns have a max of 15, so dragons really have them beat there. The max for dexterity is 24. So we have a little bit better dexterity with fireborn, much better constitution with the dragons, much better intelligence and wisdom with the fireborn. So if we're going to be playing magic characters, really might want a fireborn character for that, for a longer term. And by that I do mean a longer term character. Getting up to level 48 with our Puff the Magic Dragon character we have been running so far for a while, I haven't really noticed too big of a deal with the maximums for intelligence and wisdom getting in the way. Armor class of 0, weapon class of 21, and a damage of 10 and 0. So what that's going to do is determine what our armor class is to start. So Fireborns automatically are starting off with a much better armor class. Again, the lower the better for armor classes. So 10 is not great at all, but they can use armor, and so they can bring down that armor class of 10 to well below 0, whereas the dragons and the Fireborn can't wear armor, and so they're going to have a difficulty lowering their armor class below either 5 or 0. Can be done, but it's more challenging. Weapon class, of course, is starting off to be 21 for everybody, and with dwarves, elves, and so on being able to use other weapons, they can bring their weapon class down, which again, lower the better for weapon class. But they start off with a damage of only 1, which isn't great. Dragons start off with a damage of 10, which is better. Again, for damage, higher is better. And let's see some of the resistances here. Resistance to their natural armor improves over time by eating their opponents. And in this particular case, Fireborns do have good resistances already. Poison, fire at 100% each. If we take a little bit closer look down this direction, can't use weapons and armor. They have claws, levitating, woodsman, and pyromancy, so they can shoot or cast some pyromancy spells right off the bat. This guy's got flame touch, praying, and pyromancy, so that's nice as well. And they're attuned to fire, and they are attuned based on their focus element, which starts off to be fire as well. Okay. And then if we were to look at some of these other races, serpent men, we could even compare that against humans who have a maximum of 20 and everything, just very generic. It is a very good balance, but they don't start off with anything interesting. So ultimately what this means for me is I'm looking at dragons, what's going to be more fun and interesting for a player to start off with. And with the ability to eat different monsters and raise up your protections, I think that is a very interesting aspect that the other races don't have. With the decent intelligence and wisdom, it's not great at all, but it is decent. And a high strength and constitution, which are going to be important for starting characters as well. And a decent power for casting spells when we can cast them. I think that's going to be pretty good. With the lack of wearing armor and weapons, I would say that's not really a great thing, because part of the fun is using armor and weapons. We can always make another character for that. Having woodsman skill starting off with is going to be very good to identify. We'll get experience for that. And the ability to change our focus over time. This isn't something that we're going to be doing too early, so maybe as a brand new character it's not going to really matter too much, but certainly we do want to be aware that that is going to add an interesting aspect to your game as you continue on playing up through levels, 40, 50, and so on. The Fireborn, they do have good intelligence and wisdom, and they start off with some good protections. But other than that, I'm not really sure that it's going to be a great character to start off with for interest. Gnomes, pretty well balanced. They do start off with some good things over here. Praying, I suppose. Luck. And serpent men have some good resistances. Pretty decent balance there as well. But coming back over to here and taking a look at what we're starting off with, let's scroll back down. And let's make sure our serpent men are 3 up from the bottom, and then gnomes, see if I can keep in mind that that one's blue there. So here's our gnomes right here, starting off with See in the Dark and Praying. And here is our serpent men with a lot of protections. They can't wear boots, helmets, but they do start off with clawing and jumping. I haven't seen a huge use for jumping skill. Here we've got clawing, levitate, woodsman, and pyromancy, and here we've got levitation, flame touch, praying, and pyromancy. Praying is a good one to start off with. But I feel that just the fact that we're going to be able to improve our protections over time adds a level of interest that I think that that's what I want to do. So again, I just see that we're going to choose the dragon character a little bit more. This could be personal preference. I've narrowed it down to some of the ones that I think are the best. So if you've been watching the stream so far, you've heard input from all of this. Dragons is, I think, what might be the most interesting character. I think that's what I'll recommend the most for new players at this point. Fireborn are going to be good if you really want to focus for a long time on your spell casting abilities. Level 15 strength maximum is not going to be overly terrible, but you definitely want to make sure that you put enough of your stat points to your strength that you at least have a strength of, I would say, 6, right? 5 at an absolutely bare minimum to start off with. And even with that, I feel that you're going to be frustrated more often than you want to be with a starting strength of 5. So you wanted at least 6, I would say, which means a lot of your points are going there. And of course, you want to hit your constitution up quite a bit. It's going to be important for your hit points. The gnomes, very well balanced as well. Could be really good to start, especially if you want to be working on your wisdom or you're doing any of your magic. And it has a strength of 19, so that's really pretty good as well. So when you're looking at that or comparing that to Fireborn, what are we really talking about? Because you can gain protections from other things as well. And I would say the biggest difference is being able to wear 2 additional rings and 1 additional amulet could be good. Might be really bad that you're emitting light. And you do have a natural skill of levitation rather than a spell, which sometimes might be difficult to turn off. You have more control over the skill of levitation to determine when you're levitating and when you're not, as opposed to a spell, especially if you've just consumed a potion, then you might not have as much control over when that stops. Just imagine like you're drinking a beer or 10 beers. If you were drunk from that, you might not have the ability to stop being drunk just at will, right? Let's see. And then Serpent Men, also probably a pretty good thing that might be interesting. They start off with some good protections right off the bat. They do allow 2 bracers and 3 rings rather than just 2 rings and 1 bracer for most other characters. They have a pretty decent array of stat maximums there. But these are things that I think that other players can get besides the rings and the additional ring and the additional bracer there. All right. You can take a closer look at that if you want. The next thing that we're going to do is take a look at the classes. So besides choosing a race, we want to choose a class. The race is probably the most important thing because that has stat maximums that we can't overcome. And for that reason, we might want to choose something other than the dragon, because again, the dragon's only going to have a maximum wisdom of 12. I haven't really seen a problem with that for all the levels that I've done with my previous dragon character. But that is something that you would want to consider. Some spells at the higher levels we probably will not be able to achieve with the dragon. If we take a look at the classes, we might want to balance out that dragon a little bit with something here, or maybe add additional things to it. So the starting skills is going to be very important. We can't use weapons with a monk, for example. Well, we can't use weapons already with a dragon, so that's means that that's not really going to be too bad of a thing. We do get bow skill, but we can't use bows as a dragon. There's meditation, karate, sense magic, praying, sense curse, finding traps, using magic items, and literacy, disarming traps. So all of these things right here actually really good to get started with. Karate is going to be better than normal attacks for punching or fighting hand to hand. So that could be good for us. The ability to sense magic, do start off with praying skills right away. Although part of the issue here is if we are starting off to be a if we're starting off with praying, we've got to be very careful that we don't rely too much on praying too early, because again, Mastrai, which is probably the best deity for beginner players, has a deficiency for summoning, and summoning can be a pretty fun thing to do and allow you to attack things from a little bit of a distance. And I think that's one thing that I want to focus on a little bit more this time. So we don't want to choose our deity too early. So praying might not matter to us too much. Using magic items is very important, so we can use those rods as we find them. Weapons, bows, praying, finding traps. So this one's pretty good. We start off with a holy symbol, protective magic. We have a prayer book as well. So that's kind of a good thing. And I thought about starting off with this as a default. And as we look through here, 2 prayer books for a priest, that could be good. But again, we don't necessarily want to follow a deity right away. For ninjas and thieves, we've got things like bow, hiding, karate, finding traps, using magic items, and all of that sounds pretty good. But even jeweler sounds kind of nice, because if we're going down into the dwarven mines, we're going to be doing that, finding jewels, perhaps. Barbarians, the biggest problem with them is they do not start off with literacy. And that means you would have to find a literacy scroll before you can read anything, and that is really, really bad when we're starting out, because you can get so much experience. I think I've discovered that you can get about 25,000 experience every 2 hours for your character just from reading books. And as a very beginning character, that is probably one of the most important things, I think. Now let's see here. Oops. I'm just going to check what's going on the live stream. If we've got anybody in Twitch chat, or not Twitch chat, in YouTube here. Doesn't look like it. If anyone's watching the stream, feel free to say hi. Let's see. Getting back to our classes here, we've got rangers, swashbucklers, warriors as warrior types. And so these types are going to be dealing with weapons, bow, one-handed weapons, missile weapons, bows, and so on. And again, as a dragon character, if we're going to play that, or even a fireborn or something, we can't use weapons and armor, and so that really doesn't help us too much. Or the fact that we're starting off with a sword or a dagger, it's not going to be very helpful for us if we are starting off to be a warrior type character. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend that too much. Right? Here we have wizard type of characters, and we've got alchemists, devotees, evokers, sorcerers, summoners, warlocks, and wizards. So what are going to be the differences that we have in our starting items and our starting skills and abilities here? So robes, which we can wear as a dragon, right? Let's scroll down here onto our dragons down here at the bottom, who are cloaks, not necessarily robes. So we have robes, 2 random spell books to get us started with some spells. That can be good. Talisman, daggers, which we wouldn't be able to use. We're attuned. We've got a talisman attuned to detonate and transmute. We have weapon ability, alchemy. Alchemy is going to be good for going down into those mines. We have magic by talisman for thaumaturgy, finding traps, using magic items, literacy, disarming traps. So that sounds pretty good too. And the alchemy especially, I think, is kind of nice for that. Make sure we have used magic items, which is going to be important. And we start off with 2 spell books. So we have a pretty good chance of getting some kind of a decent spell right away. Devotees have staffs, robes, 2 prayer books, so we're not going to be too focused on prayers necessarily. Not seeing anything overly interesting that we wouldn't have up here. Evokers are going to be using, starting off with robe, talisman, 2 random spell books, so that's good as well. Talisman, attuned, frost, or fire, frost, electricity, repel mind. Repel mind. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Is that something that saying that they have attuned, which means they have a good focus on fire and frost, electricity, but then they are repelling mind, summon, and transfer and transmute? That might not really be all that great. Be repelling those magic types. Let's see. And they've got some other skills that they're starting with. For a sorcerer, you're going to get a hat, which is going to add 1 to your spell points. 3 random books, that's pretty good. No melee weapon skills, but that's fine for a dragon. Sensing magic. I can never pronounce this word. Thaumaturgy, which is like determining what rods and wands are. Finding traps, using magic items, literacy, and disarming traps. And so this sounds pretty good, except for the fact that I really would like alchemy. Especially for starting. I found so much success, and it's a new player, new character, getting down into those dwarven mines. And alchemy was one of the best and fastest growing skills that I had. So in fact, let's just look through here. I don't see anything else with alchemy, except for that alchemist. If I'm looking up here for other types of things, I don't see any other alchemy either. So I think that alchemist just really is going to be the way to go. So we're going to choose a dragon with alchemist as our character. And of course, this is exactly what Puff the Magic Dragon was as well. I did my research before. I'm coming out with an extended look at everything and coming out to that same conclusion. That a dragon is probably going to be the most interesting character, and because of what I know now, as far as being able to quickly advance in levels, especially below level 10, that alchemy is going to be a really important skill. Being able to shoot fire, as we do with the dragon, is going to be a very important skill. Being able to use magic items, a very important skill. Those type of things right there are one of the main reasons that I would want to choose a dragon alchemist for a brand new player and character. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look over here and see. Ooh, looks like we had some players dying. That's not good. And part of the, see, here's part of the issue too. I have a challenge running the Darlantus server, you know, where to set the level of the amount of experience that you permanently lose and that you have to regain versus the amount of permanent experience that you can never lose or that you always have. And here's the challenge. I don't want people to rage quit or stop playing, and Ramiel has been playing for a long time. I feel that he'll come back. He's got a lot of skill in the game. He's super high level. But it is a little devastating when you die. A minute later, you leave the game. You're like, oh man, I just took this massive hit. I lost all this experience. And that can be rather a hard hit for a lot of us. And most people, of course, are probably not going to totally quit the game. But there have been other games where I've played before where somebody takes a pretty strong hit that they could recover from, but they just totally leave the game forever, right? And I don't think that's the case here, but it is a reminder that every time we have a player die, or character die, that sometimes it could be a little emotionally devastating. And of course, I don't know, maybe at the same time, one of the reasons that a character could die is maybe they lost their internet connection. The player dies, and of course that caused them to leave the game. So I don't know all the details behind that. Let's see. Xanax, are you still here? Hey, let's chat with Xanax a little bit. Hey. Great to hear about your nobility quest. Oh, and you're even listening to the stream. Awesome. Thank you very much for listening to the stream. Let's see. So you completed that nobility quest. Does that mean that you completed all of the nobility quests? Like, you are now, I think it's at a prince. Is that what it is? Wow, that seems pretty cool. Wow. Nice. That is an achievement. In fact, I'm just going to show, of course, I've known that Xanax has been one of the top players, but we'll do a high score command just to, oops. I'm pressing keys when I don't intend to. High score command. And we'll take a look up here and see that indeed Xanax is our #2 player in the entire game, and not by much, very close up there, and very, very cool. So you have beaten all of those nobility quests. How many were there, do you know? I think there's about 10, 8 or 10. I don't remember exactly. I know there are quite a few, and they do get very difficult, challenging. There might even be as many as 12, perhaps. At whatever rate, congratulations. That's a massively huge achievement. You did really well with that. Awesome. So, Xanax, once you've completed those, what are you focused on next? I mean, I know there's a ton of other quests in the game, right? So, and other things to do. What is your next adventure going to be? And what we're going to do today is we are going to now start a new character. So this character, as I said at the beginning of the video here, look at all of our skills that we have acquired over the time of the last month, I think. We see that we've got almost all the skills that we could possibly have. There's a few that we're missing, and I've got skill scrolls right here. In fact, if I move my little character up, scroll of stealing, jumping, and hiding, which are some of the last ones that I cared about, but those are skills that I haven't started yet. And but I did eventually find, or have found, scrolls for those. We've got an amulet that is an amulet of shielded mind, which is giving us total immunity to fear and paralysis, right? Giving us a lot of confusion protection. We've also got pretty good armor, cold resistance, electricity. Of course, we've still got a ways to go on reducing or having higher levels of protection on those. But we've got all kinds of rods now that we're using, and we've got 300 hit points that we have at our disposal, 97 spell points, and all this kind of stuff. And so I feel that we're out of the range of a new player right now, what a new player would expect. And so I will continue to do streams with our Puff the Magic Dragon and some other things as I'm looking around a little bit more. But I really do want to do a new video for the things that I've learned in the last month. Right? Let's see here. Xanax is reporting back in. Kill Sarabak. But that's the dream. And get to level 115. Yeah, so what level are you at? I don't think I can see that from up here. I don't think that those are in these numbers back here. So what level are you at? What level is your character right now? 110? Wow, yeah, very cool. So getting up those last 5 levels, I know, is extremely difficult, because I did look at the experience requirements, and I think that they double, and then double again, and then double again in those last several levels, right? So very challenging to get up to the higher levels at this point. And killing Sarmak, I don't know anything about that quest at all, so I don't know how difficult it is, but if you, as the second top player of the game on this server, is saying that it's a dream, I'm going to think that that's a pretty difficult one to do. Yeah. Are there any other quests? Let me ask you this. Are there any other quests that you're looking forward to doing that you haven't done yet? Or is that Sarmak the only one? And the reason I'm asking is because, of course, I don't want any of my players, including you, to get bored too quickly. I think this server's been up for about 3 months. So in 3 months, you've done amazingly well. Of course, you've played before in the past. But still, 3 months is amazingly fast to get up that high, I think. You've devoted a lot of time and attention to the game. Pupland is full of quests, and that's easy, yeah. But are those fun? The ones that are in Pupland, are they fun for you to do even now that you're at level 110? It seems like those might not be quite as fun since you're such a high level. Oh, it isn't easy. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's good to know, that there's still some other quests that aren't particularly easy in Pupland. Very cool. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna, yeah, it's complicated. Yeah, I see. So it's not necessarily hard to fight the monsters necessarily, but you've got to use more tactics and different types of maybe human intelligence, not just game stuff, but you've got to figure out with your human intelligence how to complete those things. Yeah, it's not entirely clear. Yeah. But actually, it would be really nice for you to try to do some of those and make sure that they can all be done. If something is not clear, I might be interested in knowing what those things are, because at some level, we do like to have a challenge for the players, right? So we do want them to be something you have to put your thought into. Oh, the language barrier also? Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. So if there are things with a language barrier, I don't know if I would be able to explain things more clearly that you can understand, but I would definitely say if you're not sure about something, you can post that on the Discord channels, and maybe you can get a couple of people to try and answer, and then maybe between 2 or 3 answers from some of us, it would be able to help you out. And I think, Ramiel, you've chatted with him in the game a bit. I don't know if y'all are friends or if you just kind of are aware of each other or not, but I wonder if he might be able to help you a little bit with understanding some things as well. And I don't know if he's completed some of those quests either. Maybe he hasn't completed those either. I don't know. They're also well hidden, and Ramiel is more overwhelmed. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. But at the same time, I'm actually happy to see that even at level 110, things aren't too easy. So that's good. I'm glad that y'all are being entertained still. Have you heard of a group of maps called M Labs? I was introduced to that or told about it a while back, and apparently there's 1,200 more maps. That's 1/4 the size of all of the current maps that we have available. It's 25% more than we've got right now for all of the Crossfire stuff. 1,200 more maps. And unfortunately, the guy who wrote that put in some content that isn't really all that great. Things like child brides and stuff that certainly is going to have very negative connotations for us these days. I don't know what he was thinking when he was putting that kind of stuff in, or why he developed some of the things like that. So some of the content needs to be changed around a little bit and fixed up. But I think I've taken a look at some of those maps, and I feel like with a little bit of work, we could have 1,200 more maps that would provide new content and new quests for y'all to do. And I really am excited about providing those for especially you and Ramiel, because y'all have completed so much, and I think it would be fun for y'all to see some content that can be very advanced. Some of that stuff is like an end game, has end game in mind for very high level players. And I think that would be fun for y'all to do. Keep y'all entertained. But it's gonna take a little bit of time to get set up. Like I said, I just can't put it on the server, I don't think, because it has not been maintained on their servers now. It's got a lot of, it needs a lot of work. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but maybe in a month or two, I'm hoping to have more of that available, and maybe I'll even start to bring it in slowly over time as well. All right. Let's see where we're at here. Back to the video and topic at hand. What we want to do is create a brand new character that we're going to bring up from scratch. In fact, I think, how long have I been doing this? We've only been live for about 2 hours. It's not really too long, is it? Let's go ahead and quit out of our character here. Or I guess we'll not quit that way, but we'll probably do it properly by hopping onto this bed. And so what we've got is our client, and we've got a couple of our characters that I've been playing as a video thing before. Conan is our level 6 fighter. I tried being a lightning dragon for a little bit. I tried Puff the Magic Dragon, level 48, and my buyer character is already level 8, and this is the one that has the high charisma. However, we're going to create a brand new player from scratch right now, or brand new character from scratch right now, and see how that goes. So, what we want to do is maybe choose some other dragon name, since we know we're going to be going for a dragon. And let's see, we can even expand this window a little bit more if you wanted to read. Let's see if I can fit all of this in at once. Yeah, there we go. So if I increase it to this size, you are able to read all of these things at once. And I think what we're going to do is choose a, out of all this list, the dragon, which is actually starts off to be a fire hatchling. But I'll leave this up for just a moment so y'all can take a look at some of the other things that you can choose from. And then an alchemist is what we want to choose, but here are some other classes that we can start off to be as well. I'll leave that up for just a second. Again, you can pause the video if you need a little bit longer. And that is going to be for our class. And then, because of that, notice that we're getting the default skills of clawing, levitation, woodsman, and pyromancy. That's going to be really good. The spells that we're going to start off with, which is burning hands and medium fireball, and that will help, or that will be our pyromancy skills. Special, we cannot use weapons and armor, but we do gain resistances by eating corpses. Leveling improves the natural armor and grants elemental abilities. So that's going to be pretty good for us right there. And if you need to scroll down the rest of this, again, I think that all this is available on the website as well. And then for our class description, we're going to be able to use one-handed weapons, which doesn't really matter for us, but we do have some other skills that we're starting off with. We're going to start with some items, which includes the summoning talisman, which is going to be good, a spell book, which I think is going to be nice, and starting off with the ability to use some alchemy or an alchemy spell, which is going to be nice. And then we're going to put our stat points. We have 63 unused stat points, and we're going to put those to our stats. One of the first things that we need to keep in mind, attributes less than 1 are not allowed. We've got to have at least one attribute, or one value. So as we look through here, we've got this one right here, wisdom as a -5, so we've got to at least bring it up to a 1. So now we're waiting for other player selections here. We've got 57 more points that we can put into whatever we want. And what I think I want to do here is make sure that I've got Constitution set to an 18, which is the maximum that we can set it up to here now, which gives us that 23 total. I also want to put Strength at 18, so we have the highest strength. And Dexterity should be at least, I would say, a 10. Intelligence should be up a little bit. And Wisdom for our praying abilities. Power is going to give us overall spell points. And then our Charisma overall is probably going to end up staying 3, right? And it's going to be really low. But again, we have our buying character to help us buy things. Here we can change our focus, I guess. I thought we would only be able to choose fire hatchlings, but it looks like perhaps now the game is allowing us to choose a different starting. But we'll choose fire. And I've got 20 more points that I can put to something. Let's kind of boost up intelligence a little bit. And I'm going to give several points. 7 points to intelligence, 7 points to wisdom, and 6 points to power. Just to get a quick look at what that ends us up with. That gives us a total power, ending power of 15, which is not too bad. Wisdom is a little bit lower, and that's okay because we're going to focus mainly on other types of spell magic. And 10 for our intelligence. If we wanted a little bit more spell power, we could knock down our constitution or dexterity. Dexterity's 10, it's already kind of low, or our strength. However, I feel that as a brand new player, having a constitution really high is going to be of more importance to us. And I also feel that strength could be a little bit more important for us as well. Not only to get through doors until we can get a lockpick set, but also for the amount of things that we can carry. A little bit lower would be okay, but somehow I feel that the 18, 10, 18, 10, 16, and 9 are going to be what we want for this. And we're going to name this guy let's see, Hothead. All right, and we'll choose forward. Choosing a map. Unfortunately, we don't have a default map that we're starting off with, so we'll just pick something here. And I'm going to choose Tutorial 1. Even though I've played the game quite a bit, I probably do not need the tutorial. I am going to run through here just in case you are a brand new player and you want to see the tutorial. Tutorial is the best choice for players when they are first starting off. We'll say OK. So here we are. Let's see. We're getting our hit points and our spell points beefed up a little bit here to start with. We don't really have much as far as grace points go. Our food, starting off pretty well. Our experience, of course, we have no experience. We have a guide to alchemy. Or tell you what, before we do anything at all, let's run our skills command and see what skills that we're starting off with. So alchemy, we already have with 0, clawing, disarming traps, finding traps, levitation, literacy, one-handed weapons, punching, pyromancy, thaumaturgy. Ah, man, I need to practice pronouncing that. Throwing, using magic items, and woodsman are going to be our starting skills right off the bat. Of course, we don't have any experience in those, and as soon as we start to get experience, we'll see those things down here. So we do want to read our guide to alchemy. So let's go ahead and, in fact, one of the things I probably want to do first is use the shift and left click to left click all of these items into my inventory so I don't accidentally drop them and lose them. We have a talisman for alchemy here, and we have a guide to alchemy. So if I read this, it says read, and you start reading. To practice the art of alchemy, you will first need to learn some recipes, and these can be found in old books. Some are sold in the magic shops. To earn a little bit of money, you should kill some orcs and goblins, cast the spell alchemy over the loot, turning it into small gold nuggets. When you know some recipes, you must try to collect the listed ingredients. Some can be bought in alchemy shops, others must be collected in the dungeons. to identify unknown materials or potion types, use the skill of alchemy. And once you've got all ingredients to complete a recipe, you must put them into your cauldron. The amount of ingredients must also be correct. Put the cauldron on the floor, close it, use the skill alchemy upon it. If you're lucky, you will get what you have longed for. Use alchemy to earn money, as well as creating potions, balms for combat, and so on. So this is what we're going to be focusing on a little bit more with this character. And I can wear that talisman right here. So now I have an alchemist talisman on, and I can now use the skill of summoning, which is good. Also, I notice here that I have a codex of summon lesser golem. And so already right off the bat, I'm starting with some summoning. And when I read this right here, I do learn the spell, and I can cast summon lesser golem, and I can even set that to be a bind key, which I think that I am going to do right now. So there's a couple of things that I want to check out. One is that I might be able to cast, is it breath fire, fire breath? What? If I just took cast by itself, breath flame. So I already start off with breath flame, medium fireball, summon less golem, and transmutation right off the bat right here. And so if I was to do bind, cast, breath flame, and what do I want to bind that to? I'm going to use the divide key. Then I should be able to press the divide key, and now my range is that spell, and when I cast that, just shoot it down, I can see that right off the bat I've got this interesting breath weapon that shoots actually a cone of fire some distance away. And so that, I feel, is going to be very fun for a new player to start with. We also have this cast, where was it? Up here. We can bind summon lesser golem, and I'll go ahead and copy and paste that down into here as well. And I'm going to press the 1 character. Let's see if that did it. It's saved. So now can I press the 1 and then fire that off, and now I get this golem summoned and fired. And the thing about these golems, they aren't really very smart. It's fired it, and now I can move it with my move direction key. So you'll notice that when my dragon tries to go up, he can't move up, but I'm holding down the shift key, and I'm using the movement keys to move that golem up or down, or even around the corner by using the right button, and he's going to move off to the right down that hallway, or left to come back. And so this is a way that I can get some experience points without having to manually go head to head and fight with my claws even. It will also gain me some experience points. Notice when I read the book, I got a little bit of experience in literacy, but it would be nice to get some summoning experience here very quickly as well. So that's going to be very good. And I also think that I want to use the asterisk key perhaps to use my claws maybe. So let's check out skills. And I can see that I've got clawing, I think. There it is, clawing, as a skill as well. So I'm going to say bind, use skill clawing, and I'm going to set that bind key to my asterisk. So now I can press the asterisk and use that, but of course there's nothing to attack, so it's not actually doing anything right now. So as I'm starting off, I am already setting up my alchemy skill, got my cauldron locked in, got my talisman applied. I can wear that talisman here or take it off if I want. It's always good to, may as well have it applied the whole time. And then of course I've got some silver to start off with. So let's read these signs. So here I'm standing on this thing. It says press the A to read me. So we'll go ahead and press the A. It says, welcome to Crossfire. You're now at the beginning area. And I'm not going to read all of this stuff. Again, I'm not a brand new player, but if you are, you should definitely read these signs. We can press the A, and here it talks about the very beginning stuff of what you're going to need to do. You can use the keypad to move south, and you can press enter, or you can type the south command and press enter. When we're standing on the signs, we can press A to apply or read those signs, and continuing on. And I'll do another video on YouTube going into a lot more detail for beginner players. But I'm going to assume that most of y'all watching right now have at least played once or twice, especially for this super long stream video. And so I just want to get through here a little bit more quickly. Again, we can read these signs. Here's a note that we might want to read. Here it says, you open the note, start reading. The exit password is Orc Knuckle. We can take this note with us and use the comma key to pick it up. And so again, if I press the comma, I will pick it up. I could drop it back on the floor. Notice that when we read it, our literacy experience came up as well, which is another reason why we want to start with literacy skill and probably not a barbarian. Barbarians wouldn't start with literacy. We can also try to use the E and examine the note, and here it says that we don't necessarily learn anything new about it. We didn't get any additional literacy points, but that's fine. I will go ahead and pick it up. Another sign here, we read that, talks about using the double quotes to use the command say, and we can talk to NPCs, things like say food and so on, say hello. And generally we do want to be saying hello to NPCs, say hello to him, and he replies back, do you have any food? And ultimately we can say food or choose a key word. There's some food on the other side of this gate. So how do we get to the gate? Say the word open to get to the gate. So we'll say the word open. Food is on the other side, and there are signs scrawled on the wall that tell us a little bit. Here's our standard food ration, and we're just going to pick it up. So we have that food ration. Here is an apple, which of course food could be poison, so we might have to be a little careful. Again, I'm going to pick it up. Here we have a goblin heart, and sometimes when you kill monsters, they're going to leave body parts. They could be eaten as well. I am going to not only pick that up, but I'm also going to try to identify it in some kind of a way. So let's say use skill alchemy, and let's just see. We look at nearby objects, but we learn nothing more. So our alchemy skill didn't tell us anything more about that goblin's heart. And if I were to eat that goblin's heart, it has no taste. So again, trying to give ourselves some protections once we are eating the monster parts. The next thing over here is whey bread, or meals ready to eat. They have a very light weight, only 5 kilograms for this, as opposed to 20 kilograms for the food ration, and they're very filling. We'll go ahead and pick that up for now. We can read these signs, bust through the doors, go through these doors. Again, reading these signs is going to be good. We can apply this lever that we're standing on with the A key. Reading these signs again will tell us to push boulders perhaps. So there's a big button on this other side. You can push that over, which the big boulder on that button opens this gate. We can read these signs, which talks about just busting through earth walls. Some earth walls we can just walk through, and we can apply weapons if we want to. So here it's telling us we're about to get into some fighting. We can get ready and apply some weapons. And so this sign right here is going to say there are ants on the other side of this door that we can do things with. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get some summoning skill right off the bat. And so I'm going to say summon, or let's see if I can do summoning. And I'm going to fire that golem down there, switch places with him for just a moment. I'm going to search this door for traps. And once I'm pretty confident that there aren't any traps, I will try to bust it down. And then I'm going to switch places with my golem again. And I'm going to send my golem out that direction. And so you can see I'm getting some summoning experience for that right away. And I am holding the shift and pressing the left arrow button, which just kind of sends my golem down in that general direction. We'll just wait a little bit more. We'll send him up there, and it looks like we killed all of those ants. So that allows me to come in here, pick up this key, and with the key, if we stand on this sign, we can get the key underneath the ant hills, or underneath the ant hill, and use that key on this special door, which we'll do. Here it talks about make sure our hit points doesn't get too low. Well, fortunately, the way we did it there, we didn't lose any hit points. We're going to come up to here, pick up that food as well. Reading this sign, it says, oops, reading the sign, not trying to pick it up. Would you like to take on a little something stronger? If so, there's a few kobolds on the other side. They should be pretty easy for us, but we definitely don't want them to escape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand right up here because I do not want the kobolds, since I've played this before, I don't want the kobolds to rush out and step on some of these traps that are up there. So we're going to bring our golem up and around here to the door. And then I'm going to search the door for traps. And the golem busts through and kills these kobolds. And I can even send the golem around this other direction. And send him off to the right-hand side. Now I can't see where he's going, so I'm just going to come down here and kind of follow along as well. Let's see if we can get that last little kobold. And it might be that we just want to kill him with our claws. There, we got some clawing skill now. Just so we have the clawing skill showing up down here. And it wasn't worth necessarily sending that golem around. It was taking a little bit of time for us. Pick up the extra silver here. Coming up to Rune of Marking. Runes of Marking are just like this one are created with a magic spell, but they contain messages like signs do. Marking runes are harmless, but other runes can be very dangerous, so step carefully. So here we see that, let's click off of this for just a minute and then step back on it so we can see where that message starts. See that rune to the north. You may have to wait a few seconds to see it. We don't want to step on it, might hurt ourselves. And again, we can come up to here and we can start to search for traps, which we find, and now we have finding traps. And then of course we can use a D to disarm those traps, and now we have disarmed traps and we've gotten that skill set as well. Same thing over here. We will search for traps for a little bit. And I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a trap up there. For some reason, I'm not finding it. But I step on it, and sure enough, I just was not finding it. And unfortunately, because I was not patient enough, I've set it off. And so now I am super confused. We'll try to deactivate that trap as well. But since I'm confused, there might be a little problem. And now we'll just have to wait it out. All right. Let's search again while we're in here for a little bit. And now we finally regain our senses. We're good to go. We'll search for traps on the chest. And then open that. Find some things in there. We will take those items. Water and a gold coin. If we need to heal ourselves, we can step on this, but we don't need to heal ourselves right now. And if we wanted to fire a weapon, I think if we read this sign, we can ready our bow. I'm going to go ahead and press apply, and then we can see things down there. Will my magic work? No, my magic is being stopped by something maybe. Let's step inside of here. Oh, we did kill them all. So notice that we got pyromancy, 284 points from that, just by killing everything in the room there. For our breath weapon. Quick and easy. There are things here that we can use. Let's read this. Altars, of course, if we want to discover our items, detect magic for this one, detect curse for that one, identify items. Again, if you're not a new player, you already know about these things, so I'll run through it a little more quickly. We want to pick up that scroll, and we might even want to try to identify it as well. And we did, because of examining the scroll while we're picking it up, we determined that it was a scroll to detect magic. So we get some, if we need a scroll to detect magic, we can use that a little bit later. In here, we definitely want to search this door for traps. I found that door to be trapped quite regularly. So we'll search for a bit. And after about 30 times or so of searching, we'll think it's safe. And again, I kind of want to use my golem to do a little bit in here. So let's summon the golem, and then let's have him bust through the door and start killing the creatures in there. You'll see that we're getting some summoning experience. We're up to 69 points now. 70, 71. So not a lot of points for those rats or mice. All right. And then down in here, bed to reality if we need to save, but probably not important to save right here. And remember, now we're at the place where we need to apply this password. You still have the note that you got back at the beginning. That's what is the password. So we could say orc knuckle, and then our portal opens, and we're done here. At this point, we could go out into Scorn, the big world out through here, or we could start off right in the next little section. And notice that we're at 47 hit points. We're only level 1, So what I'm going to do right here is I want to get up to a high level fairly quickly. So I'm going to first check maps on shop. And I want to see what shops, looks like just Darkcap, some shops in Darkcap are in use right now. So that's good for me. I can come into here and let's see what our total experience is at the moment by using the statistics command. I've got 1,400 experience already. A little bit, half of that's I guess in literacy and some of that's in finding traps, some pyromancy. But 1,400 experience. So let's come into here and read this book. Let's check out what's in this general shop while we're here. And we notice that there's a scroll, skill scroll perhaps, and some other stuff that's interesting. Let's check it out. We don't have a lot of money right now, but there's a resist fire ring, figurine of flame, scrolls of identify, scroll of climbing, which we don't really care about necessarily, resistance of life stealing, amulet to resist slow. So those are the things that we might be taking a close look at. If I can find a lockpick set, that would be good as well. Looks like our golem finally vanished. All right, coming over to here for the arena, we will apply these books as well. And you'll notice that, again, new players should read that, but now look, we're level 2 already. Level 2 with now 59 hit points because we have been reading so much. Our literacy is up. Let's go ahead and continue on a little bit more. Over here in the smithery, we have some books. We want to examine these books with the E and then also apply. We didn't get any experience for that, probably beyond our comprehension, or we just didn't know what else to do with it. We'll examine and apply that as well, and we didn't get any experience for that either. That might be just because we don't have any smithery skill at all. Coming into here, we can apply this book and get some experience for that. We really want a library card. That's going to be very important for us, and if we don't know how much that is, we can come over here through this first door, step on this money pad, come to here, use an E to examine, 266 platinum for a library card. In the meantime, until we get that, we can come over here and see we can drop 5 platinum for a day pass, which isn't going to be quite as good, but 5 platinum is much easier to achieve. We're going to come back to the library in just a little bit. But in the meantime, we'll come back up to here and we will apply those books to get some more experience. Look how close we are getting up to level 3. We'll come over here to the House of Healing, again around to the back, where we will apply these books. Now we are level 3 and we're level 2 in literacy over here. That means now we've got 71 hit points. Let's walk over to here and check out this City Hall. A little dark in here right now, but we can still walk up to the doors, come around to the right-hand side, around the wall here. Apply these books. Got more experience. Now around to the left-hand side, there is a table in here that we can apply the table to open it up. Now we can see there's some proverbs in here, and then we can apply that paper and again read it, see what it says. But ultimately we got more literacy experience from that. Now here's the place where we can come over here to the left, and there's this food. And if you did not put enough stat points to your strength, if you only had about 6 strength or so, you would not be able to pick up all 10 of these food rations at once weighing 200. So it's good that we put some stat points to this. We can go ahead and pick up those food items. And the reason that we want to do this every time we come in here, here's a spoiler if you want to skip ahead about a minute. But for those of you that are not skipping ahead, we'll just come over this direction. And down here a little bit is a altar where we can drop those food rations. I'm going to drop 11. It's only going to take 10, so we have 1 left over, which I'll pick back up. But then we can come in here, we can grab this ring, and I'm just fighting this zombie right there. It's kind of dark to see. All right, let me just hop back out to this road. So we ended up getting that other new talisman, which we haven't identified yet. But every time that you pick up that food and do what we just did there, then you can get some kind of a ring or talisman, which can add up. I mean, that can add up over time. All right, the next thing we're going to do is come over to this post office. And there's 2 items here. We'll step on this table, and there's a manual and a prospectus. And we want to read both of these books. If I press the A to apply, it's only going to apply the manual and not the prospectus. So one thing that I could do, and this is part of the teaching experience here, is I can middle click from the viewport, which is going to read it and get me the experience. We're at 584, and then middle click the prospectus, and notice that we get the experience for reading it as well. It says that it's read also. We see it in our messages section, and we did not have to pick them up or move them or waste any time there. Something else that you can do here in the post office is every hour of gameplay time, you can come over here on the left-hand side to Colette. If you say hello over here, then you'll see that this is Colette, and she's saying, welcome to the post office. You can buy items, you can receive packages, and you can have a longer conversation with her. But just to cut to the chase, if you say receive to her, then she would give you some packages. These are the Darlantus loot crates for playing on our server. And about every hour, as long as you're on the Darlantus server here, where you're going to get some kind of a loot crate, some kind of goodies. And especially for new players or new characters that don't have a lot, we don't have a lot of stuff right now, then these new items or these free items can be very beneficial for us. We'll go ahead and come out of here. We've read all that stuff. So now we've read everything that we could read. We're almost at level 4 in just a very quick amount of time. From most of it is literacy experience here, and that can be really good. I'm also going to come up to the armor shop and just take a quick peek in here in the upper right corner. We have more rings, wands, rods, scrolls, that kind of stuff, even here in the armor shop. And so sometimes it might be good to at least walk on these and see what they are. Here's a ring of +1 dexterity and +1 weapon class, which could be good. When it says +1 weapon class, it's not actually going to add 1 to your weapon class. It's actually a bonus of 1, which means, remember, for weapon class and armor class, lower is better. And so this really will decrease your weapon class by 1, which is the good thing to do. And then dexterity of +1, you do want a high dexterity, so that's good for you there as well. However, my dexterity is not too bad, but if we take a look at what this is going to cost us, 460 platinum for that, rather expensive. And I don't think that I really care about that dexterity that much. At least not at this point. All right, out to the weapon shop. Same thing here in the weapon shop. Even though this is a weapon shop, right here in the middle, we've got some items that we are really be looking for. Specifically, rods we could be looking for. We also might try to find, there's flint and steel if you wanted to have light for torches. If we look at that though, 1200 platinum, very, very expensive. And the first thing that most players think is this is crazy expensive when 10 silver make 1 gold. So this is really just about 48 gold coins right there. And then it's going to take 5 gold coins to make a platinum. So really we've got about 1 platinum in total of all of our money, and we need 1200 for that. 1 item. Now let's see, these amulets could be good here. Reflecting spells, that might be a pretty good thing to have, but 84,000 platinum. And over here, our amulet of resist fire, again, looking at this, is 3,800 platinum. This is why, and of course the prices are dependent on your charisma. So this is why I would never say to buy items with your main character if this was going to be our new main character. You always want to spin up a new character that has a super high charisma, and that's where our buyer character comes in, and those prices are a lot better. All right, I'm just trying to see right now what is here in these shops to see, is there anything that I want to bring my buyer character in for? Of course, since I am not going to be cheating with this character, anything my buyer character buys will need to come from money that this hothead dragon has produced. So right now, doesn't have a lot of money, and even though the buyer character is going to have a less cost of these, a lower cost, it's still only going to be about 1/4. So we're still looking at about maybe 1,000 platinum or 800 platinum or something for that item, which we're far from that. So we'll see how to get some money real quick here. Looking over here, here's a ring of fear, and I don't see any rods in these 2 rows. I don't see any skill scrolls in those rows. That's not a skill scroll, but we can walk on it just to see. Sacred Guide, Lasting Curse. If we walk down here a little bit, let's check out some amulets. +1 AC, +1 AC for a lot of those. Resisting cold, resist life stealing. I don't think any of those are going to be overly important for us at this point. Ring of -1 Constitution, that does not sound good. The heck is that? Dusts of Show Enchantment, and all right. So some normal scrolls. I don't think we care about any of that kind of stuff. We'll be able to find plenty of scrolls and stuff soon. The first thing that we probably want to do as a new character is get an apartment right here, and this apartment's going to cost 1,000 gold or 200 platinum. Remember, 1 platinum is worth 5 gold. So 200 times 5 will be 1,000, and that'll get us enough. But that means that we need 200 platinum for this, plus money to buy some of these other items. Also, we need a library card, and that library card is probably the most important thing for us to get. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come into here and I'm going to check what we've got in this well. And if we come back up here, this is the dry well over here. And we've got some whey bread. I do have some whey bread already, but this whey bread is going to also work for us. And so I will take those items, and I may as well take these keys as well. We could bust through this door. Maybe first we ought to search it just to make sure we're not going to get blasted by some door trap. But we could come through this door using one of those keys and fight a lot of monsters right here. In fact, I could even look at our pyromancy of 284, and I could fire something into there a couple of times perhaps, and that clears them out pretty quick. And this is another reason why I think it's fun to start off with this type of character rather than getting too close up and personal with some of those other creatures. Notice that unfortunately, using our fire weapon, there was a bow and some arrows over there, and we lost out on those because our fire burned them. So that is one of the huge disadvantages for using that type of thing. I've got 71 hit points, which is doing pretty good at resisting this orc trying to fight me right there in the doorway. Of course, as he is doing some damage to me, it is taking off some food. So one of the things that I might do is cast Summon Golem and kind of take my summoning skill against these guys a little bit. Let's try to switch places with him and have my Golem go in and fight those guys. And so now I'm getting some summoning. Oops, sorry about that. I'm getting some summoning points up to 92 now. And then I can use claws just to claw that guy right there. Standing in the doorway right here, I can bring our Golem back. Oops, looks like our Golem has faded away. So we'll just cast another one. Might be kind of tricky to hit him here. He's running. And it looks like our Golem is not really doing too good at attacking him. I'm just going to back up a little bit up into this corner and then have him attack this guy from there. All right. Now let's come back into here, and we've got those orcs that we'll just finish off. But if this is taking too long, then of course you can use your claws or something, some other type of weapon. But this way also, we get to keep the items on the floor without destroying them. And it's a way that we aren't really attacking directly, so we can kind of keep our hit points pretty good. Remember, we get points and abilities for eating some certain types of creatures. So let's see what this orc is going to give us. If I do an E for examine, then it's going to tell me a little bit about this type of thing. E for examine. E for examine. E for examine. One of the things that I'm trying to do, or I'm hoping is going to happen, is we're going to get our woodsman skill. If I take a look at my skills right here, we have woodsman skill experience 0 right now. But trying to examine monster corpses is one of the ways that we can get that skill up. And so as I look around here, looks like we're not able to really do a whole lot with that. So I'm going to apply. That thing tastes nasty. That orc chop tastes terrible as well. So we're just getting on this. We're pressing apply to eat these items off the ground. Again, no taste. No taste for the liver. Tasted terrible. And now I feel full. So I did fill myself up, but I'm not getting any benefits yet from those orc parts. Coming into here, we can pick up these items from the floor. And there's another orc part, orc chop on the floor, which we'll go ahead and eat as well. Picking up these items. And now pearls. I don't know if pearls would be classified as an alchemy item or a jewelry item, but we are kind of looking for alchemy to increase right here. So I'll examine it and pick it up. Doesn't look like we got anything special for Pearl right off the bat as far as skills go. But now that I'm holding all these items, I could just say use skill alchemy and see. Of course, this says I learned nothing new. But again, I don't have a lot of experience with that yet. I could stand back here, fire off my golem again. Let him take the hit from the door. Or try to bust down that door. You can see over in the messages that the golem is pounding the door. Eventually we'll break through without me having to deal with it. We can only have one golem at a time, so if I try to fire another golem, our original one goes away. We could also stand close to the door. We could search for traps on the door as well to maybe help increase our trap finding if we wanted to do that. And then finally, of course, you see the golem busting through and taking on those goblins. We could even help in this, that we could attack northeast as well. Or I could just come up here and finish them off with my claws. Anything that gets past the golem I could take on myself. This again keeps my hit points up pretty steady. I could use a breath weapon as well, which I would probably do if I wasn't doing a video showing summoning here. And maybe it's also good just to build up your summoning skill. Ultimately, while the golem is doing that, we're going to try to pick up these items on the floor. Just let our golem take care of those guys. And anything that gets past him, go ahead and kill with our claws. And it looks like our golem is finally gone. So I'm just going to run back this way a little bit, shoot another one in that direction. Here I can stand here and I can apply, and eat all of those monster parts that were on the ground there. Looks like I did not get anything for that. I'm going to pick up the food there, or the coins. And now I'm starting to get a lot more monsters around me, which is a little on the scary side for such a new player. I'm going to come back here, get ready, and shoot this golem off. And I'll shoot another one off there, kind of get in the way. Maybe have him come back towards me now. And kind of get in the way here of these guys. And while my golem is walking down there, I can pick up these items, pick up those items as well. And let's see what else is in here. See, there's some reading material. Let's bring our golem back towards us this direction. We'll stand right here in the doorway. So only one goblin can hit us at a time. And it's kind of slow to get started with this, but I'm up to summoning experience of 732. And finally, it looks like we're getting a little closer. We'll pick up those items on the floor. Right now, the items that I've been picking up, the swords and the bows, they could be giving us extra experience if we actually had bowyer skill and also smithery skill. So those are two skills that we really do want to find very quickly. I'm going to examine the goblin's head. Look at this, we're level 4 already, and a lot of that had to do with our summoning skill getting up high enough. I'm going to summon another golem, have him start to come after these guys here, kind of protect me a little bit. Let's take that goblin's head and take that goblin's hand, and then we will apply those items. The goblin's head will eat, and we'll eat that one. Both of those had no taste as well. It's too bad. It looks like our golem can still finish off this one guy over here. And look at what we've got here, a diamond. That's pretty nice. And let's send our golem after this guy a little bit more. Chase him around. There we go, finally got him. And then I think I saw some guys way down here if we take a look. And we could just send the golem down here this direction and just let him continue to fight down there while we do what we want over here. And here's a scroll. We'll go ahead and take a look at that, examine that, and pick it up. All right. And if we bring this golem back over here, all right, very good. And you can just walk on top of your golem and it'll trade places with you. So it's real easy. And it'll pick up those other items. But what we're mostly interested in right now, even though I wanted to show you that you can come in here and you can deal with some of these monsters a little bit easier, there is some other things that we could do as well. We could search the door, of course. And we could use our pyromancy or our breath weapon to clear out large swaths of enemies at a time. So I'm going to break through that, and I'm just going to turn on my breath weapon and shoot this massive amount. But you'll notice that that does take spell points, right? And we don't want to fry items on the floor, so we need to be cautious about how far our breath weapon is going. We don't want to kill too much. At this point, we might switch over to golems and fire golems in there. I could then take these guys out the rest of the way. If we're looking for experience points, we might want to leave the generators down here to let them create more monsters. I noticed that I've got one of these guys up here full strength attacking me a little bit, and I've got my golem over there. I could bring my golem back to me, or maybe that's what I want to do, so I can block the door so none of them escape out of there. And I don't really want to fire any more breath weapon in there because I might want some of these creatures. I don't think I can get anything for the Gnoll's body parts, but we will take it anyway, just in case. And then up here, looks like my golem probably, oh, there he is, down right beneath me. So as long as I can sustain staying right here in the doorway, even with 3 of them attacking me, maybe I do want to move one space north. Although my golem here can look like do pretty quick work of them. Looks like I can fire another one. You've got to fire your summoned creatures into an empty space. So it's good that we had killed off one of those guys so we could have an empty space to fire it down in the proper direction. At this point, it looks like these guys are mostly running away from me, not at me. Looks like some of those generators are already broken. Oops, there's a guy trying to run out of the room. Might want to just kill him off. Before he gets too far. And then while that's happening over there, I can come over here and pick up a lot of this stuff, including these scrolls. And I could fire my golem down here again. Make sure he's kind of protecting me. To control the golem, if y'all aren't familiar with that, I've got to hold down the shift key and press the movement direction that I want to move my golem in. Golems are really the least intelligent of these summoning creatures, and so you kind of have to direct them everywhere that you want them to go. Right there. You're up here. Let's go get him with the claws. All right. And then I think we'll fire one more out that direction. And while he's doing that, I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to pick up these additional items. There we go. Finally got woodsman experience. So when I was picking these items up, I'm using my bind key of an R, which examines and picks up. And so finally I've got some woodman experience just by examining these monster body parts, right? And then I can come back up to here. And let's just make sure we're getting rid of these guys. And there's somebody up here attacking me. Bring our golem back up. And then I can come into the room a little bit and try to finish him off. Looks like all of the null generators are broken at this point. I'm gonna make my way down here, or maybe we'll just follow the golem, pick up these items as well. These broken generators are going to bring us a lot of money, so we'll pick those up. And fortunately, we have the strength to do that. Notice that the weight carrying right now is 819, so we would need quite a bit of strength to pick those things up. Let's see. It's got some guys escaping out of the room here. We'll just kind of block them from getting out. So our golem can chase them down. Again, it's a little on the slow side. We're trying specifically to build up our summoning skill, though, and so we are aware that it's just going to take a little bit of time. There are places that we might be able to go to get more efficient use of summoning in long hallways where it's harder for the things to run away. So let's see if we get any more woodsmen from examining these monster parts. Oh, there we go. Yep, very nice. And even more for that. So the more experience that we have, the more we'll be able to identify these monster parts as well. So let's just keep trying. Ah, there we get some more. Now we got some more. So really we want to keep it up. We want to be picking up and examining all of these monster parts. So now we got 340 experience for that. And that's another reason that we don't want to flame everything in the room, right? Because we're getting some experience that we would not have normally had otherwise. All right. And then we can come down here. And we'll search for traps on that door. Look at this, I am level 4 now. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'm level 4 now up here, and so I've got 82 hit points. I could help the guy out and knock on that door. The golem might not do too well attacking these guys. Oops, I'm out of spell points. Part of the problem. There we go. But as you can see, getting these guys are going to be a little bit more challenging. And of course, this is where we could have just used a breath weapon or something like that. We're out of spell points though. So we will leave for the moment. Oops. Did not mean to walk in there. Meant to pick up that bolt. And so now let's come over here to the magic shop and check out what we are doing, or what we picked up. So the first thing that we want to notice is we picked up lots of body parts. And the first thing I'm probably going to do is drop all of these food items. And then we can see if we get any more woodsman experience for it. I doubt that we will, but we'll just do an examine, take, examine, take, examine, take. No, no more additional experience for anything. So we did a good job at trying to get it all the first time. And then what we can do is, once we got woodsman experience, we can also try to eat these items and see what we get. We're down a little bit in food anyway. See if we can get any other advantages. So we've got only this armor 2 for protection. And if we eat, again, no taste. Eat a couple more of these things, no taste, taste terrible. Taste terrible, no taste. And so we ate a lot of those monster parts and didn't really give us anything. Mostly I don't think the gnolls are going to get us anything anyway, so it's really just the orc parts that we probably could have spent some time on. Let's take a look. We are going to keep food rations and our whey bread for eating a little bit later. And then I've got all of these weapons that I can't really use. So we can come into here and we can start to sell those. Selling daggers. all of these weapons. And let's go ahead and sell the apple and the food rations, and even that food ration. It's going to get us some money. We'll keep the whey breads. We'll just sell the water for now. We'll keep the healing potion. In fact, we probably want to lock in the whey breads and the healing potion so we don't accidentally drop those things. Some scrolls. We have a scroll to detect magic. I'm going to go ahead and drop that and sell it. Oh, they're not interested in it. Interesting. Let's see. Keys. There's a note that we read. In fact, if we do a middle click on it, we can read it again. This is the one about orc knuckles. We won't need that again, so we'll sell it for a gold piece. Then we've got this 8 broken knoll generators. If we drop those, 40 platinum. So that's a decent amount of a haul. And we'll keep the diamond here. But we've got some silver and we've got some other stuff right here. So let's go ahead and head out of the shop over to these tables. We could start with this one down here, the detect curse. We're going to drop 25 silver on that, or actually all of our silver. It'll take out 25, and we are detecting curses on items. If anything was cursed, looks like nothing was cursed, so we'll pick up our change, and then we will drop, it wants 10 gold pieces. We don't have to drop gold, we could drop silver. Remember, 10 silver pieces is 1 gold, so it should take about 100 silver coins from us, 981 to 881, sure enough. And then all of these things that are magic are detected. That's great. The sack doesn't have anything in it. The talisman is magic. We want to find out a little bit more about it. Let's pick up our change, come over here to the identification table, look at our question mark up here, tab for unidentified items. We have not identified the talisman, the healing potion, or those scrolls. Pretty sure the healing potion is just going to be a healing potion. Maybe I don't want to spend 20 gold per item. So I'm going to take a step over here. I'm going to drop the healing potion just for a minute. Oops. Am I not able to? Oh, I have it locked in. So we'll do shift and unlock it. We'll drop that healing potion just for a minute. And then we will... So we've got those 3 items, and it's going to be 20 gold each. So we really need 60 gold pieces. And again, that would be 600 silver coins. So we'll go ahead and drop all those. We have 281 left. And we identified some things here. We've got a crossbow. Probably a very rare item, but what? Oh, the scroll. I see. The scroll has a story for this crossbow of Wrigley, which just is talking about this special crossbow. And then we have Talisman of Sorcery. Oh, that is amazing, because sorcery is one of the other skills that we want to get to cast the sorcery spells pretty soon. So being able to have a talisman of that is amazing. Talisman of Sorcery, awesome. So I definitely want to lock that into my inventory as well. Don't want to drop that accidentally. We can only apply one of these things at a time. So if we try to wear one, it'll remove the other one. But we do want to keep the alchemist probably going most of the time. Our cauldron weighs 80 kilograms. We really kind of want to get rid of that as soon as we can. We're going to start collecting more and more items, so we really also want to get a an apartment. If I try to read the scroll, it says it's way beyond our comprehension right now. Again, maybe something else that we can hold on to for a little bit longer, do something with later. I'll pick that healing potion back up, and it looks like the rest of this stuff then I want to hold on to. And I've got some coins. If I drop all these on the floor, then I'm hoping that some of them will combine, and I'm not sure why some of them aren't combining. You can pick them all back up. And we still have 5 silver separate from that 766 silver. We could come over to the bank next if we want to combine our money. So right now, those 766 silver coins is really going to be about 76 gold pieces, and that's going to be maybe what, 12 or 15 platinum, perhaps somewhere right around in there. And we've got 42 platinum, weighing a whole lot less than this 766 silver coins. So if we come into the bank, we'll find a table right here for converting silver into gold first. So we can convert, let's drop those and drop that. So now we end up with 76 gold and these 5 and 6 silver coins. We could pick those up. And again, I'm not sure why they're separated. Walking over to the convert gold into platinum table, we can drop all that gold. Now we're getting 23 platinum with 3 gold coins left over. And so now we've got 65 platinum altogether. So we're carrying a lot less weight than we were. It's good. And there are even other tables. We've got this 1 diamond right here. And diamonds are a little bit more difficult to spend, but we could buy diamonds for 1 diamond for 40 gold, or we could even convert that gold, that diamond, back into gold at one of these tables. Now let's see. I thought we could. Platinum into gold, rubies, gold to buy diamonds. And I'm not seeing a diamonds into gold there. I don't think anything's down here like that. Well, even if not, one thing that we could do is, of course, just sell the diamonds. Coming over to even this jewelry shop right here, we can drop the diamond. Actually, let's lock in our coins that we have right now. And that way, when we drop the diamond, we'll see that we've got 7 platinum for that right there. And if we can buy 1 diamond with 40 gold and 5 platinum is a goal, that's about 35, 38. So we're not losing a lot of value just by selling it this way. There are a bunch of interesting rings in here, aren't there? Let's just take a quick look. Rings of Adornment, Acid, Alvar, resisting poison, resisting drain. There's a regeneration ring. How much is that one? Only 137 platinum, not too bad. A couple of +1 charismas, but we would want to give that to something else, one of our other characters. Resisting drains, resisting holy words, electricity, talisman of evocation, that could be good, but 1100 platinum. All right. Drop gold. And what about here? All right. So the next thing that we really want to do is get money. So for making sure that we are getting a good amount of money pretty quick, notice that right now, spending all the time that we have, let's join all these items together as much as we can anyway. And so we end up with 72 platinum. It's not too bad for the amount of time that we spent, but if you really want to get money faster, what we might want to do is come down to the Temple of Mastrai and run around into the gate around to the back side of the building. There's a hole that we read this sign, and it does say estimated level that you should be is level 10 for this random dungeon. Perhaps you could higher. And I'm going to say that you do have to be careful. But the first level or two of this dungeon is discarded by generally one dwarf. Very easy to avoid, and especially now that we're level 4 with 82 hit points, we can probably avoid him pretty easily. Oh, and it's not even a dwarf, it is this guy. And if he's in red, he's a wizard, and we probably want to kill him pretty quickly because he generally has a book. I think that's the first time I've ever seen level 1 guarded by a wizard in red. And if you see that, you want to kill him as fast as you can without frying the room, so we definitely didn't want to burn him. So we'll use claws. You saw he was actually pretty weak. We were able to kill him pretty quick with the claws. And we get this book now because of that. We can pick up the book. We can try to examine it while we pick it up, but we don't fully understand it, so we're going to have to take it and have it identified a little bit later. But look at all of these goodies in here. Look at all, I'll just run through here real quick. Now again, as you get down levels, then you want to be a little careful. But in the meantime, here is why we love this place. Lots of good goodies here pretty easily, and we want to be paying attention to our alchemy skill. And right now it's 0, and so it's not showing up. In fact, I can run the skills command so we can see we do have alchemy skill, but it is currently at 0 experience, which is why it's not showing up down here at the bottom. And we can get a lot of experience at alchemy just by examining these items as we're picking them up. We certainly want to make sure we've got our alchemist talisman on right now, so we'll make sure that that's applied, and then we will in fact, I'm even going to unapply that talisman, and I'm going to see if we can even do it here. So I'm just going to press the R to examine and take, R to, yeah, there we go. So we did not even need our alchemist talisman, and we are still getting the alchemy experience for examining and taking those items. So here we're going to try it again. And some of these things are going to need jewelry skill, but some of them won't. And again, it's slightly random as far as if you're going to get skill experience or not. So when I come through here, I just use the same keystroke of examine and take for all of these items that are in here. And you notice, look at that, we're already up at level 2 for alchemy. We are approaching level 5 because that 3,700 experience does go to our overall experience. So we're getting pretty close to here. If I press the Q key binding for statistics, I can see that we're only 1,900 experience away from our next level, getting our next set of hit points here. So we might be able to do that just by examining and taking these items. I'm going to skip that chest just for a second. Look at that. 4,000 experience right now. We're at level 3, and we're getting closer to only 1,200 away from our next level. For the chests, we'll stand by the chests and we'll do a lot of searching. Chests are generally trapped, and the lower levels you get, the more traps that you'll have on here, and the harder it will be to find them and to disarm them. Generally in the first level or two, there might not be any traps, so I'm not overly surprised there are no traps, but we always want to check. And then we can apply, and oftentimes in the first level of chests, there could be nothing in the chest at all. So I'm glad to see we at least have leather, and we will take that item and sell it a little bit later. Level 2 is probably the deepest level that I would recommend that you go as a brand new character under level 5 or so. You want to be careful. Again, there's probably a dwarven guard, which is right there. This guy's going to be much harder to kill. If you look at his stat bar up there, our stat bar, look at how he's attacking us and killing us down to 53, 54 hit points, right? Pretty quickly. And If I zoom in a little bit, let's set map scale to be 200 to zoom in a little bit more. We're going to pay attention to his stat bar a little bit. And I'm just going to use claws. We don't want to use fire necessarily because we'll fry some of the items on the room. There's so many items on the floor that it might not really matter. We really just want to kill him as quick as we can. We do have full spell points, and that's good. But let's just see about clawing, how that's going to be. So we could come down in here, and we could claw and claw and claw using clawing skills. And you can see I'm barely even scraping him at all. I don't see his stat bar going down, but ours definitely came down quite a bit. So we had to flee. I was standing right on the stairs, so it would be easy to apply the stairs and get out of there. You'll notice that as we are regenerating our hit points, we are using our food. So if you're going to be doing a lot of that kind of battling, then you will certainly be going through a lot of your food faster. And there's not a lot of food to find in the Dwarven caves. So we want to be careful about that as well. The real point that I want to show with this is we can avoid that guy altogether. So we could just run past him real quick. And that's another way that we could do it. And just come and pick up. So let's take a look. We're at 4,300 for our alchemy. But I'm just going to avoid him and picking up the rest of the stuff in the room. It is possible he might get one hit on us every now and then if he stands right next to us. But for the most part, we're going to be running past him so quickly, we'll avoid or skip the fountain for now. We won't do anything at the fountain. We'll come up here and run past him again. I'm not making sure that I don't stand around too close to him for too long, but I am trying to pick up all of these items, being fairly efficient. And look at our experience now in alchemy, already at 8,125. This level has a chest also, but unless I kill that guy, I probably don't want to stand around and search chests. I could stand here for a little bit. I could search this chest for a little bit of time, and if he gets too close, then I could just try to run away, maybe run to the opposite side of the dungeon. But I don't think at level 2, we're on level 2 here, that what we're going to find in that chest, or even the fact that we might get a little bit of experience for disarming the chest, is actually going to be worth it at all. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave this dungeon. So what we're showing here is I only went down to level 2. I picked up all the items using the, I think it's this other direction, using the R button, which is my examine and take. And so what that did for us, and let's increase the map scale a little bit more so I can see more around me now. Let's set it back to 100. And then we'll quickly leave this area. And so what I did is we picked up a lot of items here. So in that few minutes getting through level 2, and we spent a little bit of time being distracted by trying to attack the guy with the claws and seeing that we couldn't. So it could have gone even much faster than it did. Oops, what am I trying to do here? Let's see what we end up with. So I had some leather gloves. I'm just going to go ahead and sell these. It's only 1 silver. I've got mineral oils, and let's do something else before I sell this stuff. We're going to lock in make sure that our gold, platinum, and silver from before is locked in. So this silver must be one we picked up while we were in there. And let's sell all these items and see, so emeralds, rubies, gold nuggets, all this kind of stuff. Let's come up to here and sell mountains, stones, piles, various piles, oils, which are going to be good for our alchemy a little bit later. And that is how we got alchemy skill. But right now we're just going to sell all these things. And we want to lock in our healing potion so we don't accidentally drop that. We did get a scroll of strength from, I guess, before we came in. Maybe we identified that later. And so now let's take a look at what we are left with. Let's not look at the things. In fact, we can even come over here to the unlocked items. So we can see 64 more platinum from just those 2 levels pretty quick. And that took a lot less time to run through those 2 levels. We could go down another level as well. But 64 platinum isn't too bad. And then when you come over here and you combine that with the platinum and gold that we already have, then now you're talking about a little bit decent. Remember, we can need our apartment is going to cost 200 platinum, so we're almost there already. Something that we could do here as well is we could notice that we've got a spell book that we might want to identify. Let's come up to our question mark. There's that healing potion that we still haven't technically identified. So I'm just going to step off. I'm going to drop it, and then I'm going to come back on the identification for the spell book, and I'm going to drop some silver on it. Silver weighs more, so we may as well spend the silver. Even though it's asking for gold, we'll just spend the silver. And if we don't see the silver get reduced, what that means is, of course, we didn't drop enough silver. Remember, 10 silver is a gold coin. So really, this was just 10 gold coins that we're dropping altogether. I think if we drop another, coming over here to count, 10 plus that, let's see if that's going to combine. Let's unlock that and drop it. No, it's not noticing that the 10 gold plus the 106 silver is going to be the right amount. So we will just drop all the gold. It'll take out what it needs. And now we have a scroll book or spell book of medium snowstorm. I could try to press the middle mouse button and read it, but we lack the evocation skill, so it stays in our inventory, and we're just going to need to hold on to it for a little while longer until we get evocation skill. Notice we do have a talisman for sorcery for now, but we'll be looking for a skill scroll for that as well. All right, so let's pick up our change in case we didn't. Let's move over here. Let's pick up that healing potion. Make sure we lock it in place. Make sure that we lock some of these other items in place as well, so we don't accidentally drop them. Okay, and then that way, if we see that nothing is in the unlocked tab here, then anything that we are picking up, we know is going to be new to what we have. Something else that we could do if we are carrying around a lot of items that we might not necessarily want to lock in, or maybe that are going to weigh a little bit. I'm going to unlock these items. I kind of want to keep Waybread, maybe healing potions always ready, but some things like these strength scrolls, maybe the keys, the spell book, certainly this scroll right here, certainly these coins, we might want to unlock all those. And then I'm going to open up my sack by middle clicking that twice. Notice that here, the first time, or right now it's closed. Clicking it once activates it, so we can do something with that. Clicking it again is going to open it a second time. Clicking it a third time closes it back up to its original position there. So we'll open it, and then we'll drop all of these items, and by right-clicking, dropping it actually drops it into the sack. So drop, 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 drop these items. So now they're all in the sack, and I'm going to come into the sack and I'm going to drop them back into my inventory. And what we want to specifically look at right now is the weight that I'm carrying. So the weight that these things are means that I'm carrying a weight of 183.2 kilograms, and if I drop these into the sack, then we might be able to have a little bit of weight, 182.2. as opposed to 183.2. So we saved ourselves a little bit of weight. It wasn't a lot of stuff to begin with, but so this is going to be 5 kilograms right there, and we see that that is a decent amount taken off for that. Okay, So that's another good reason that we want to use sack. And when we're done filling up the sack, we definitely want to make sure. Tell you what, I'm even going to, I don't even know if the cauldron's going to fit in the sack, but we're at 182.2. Can I drop that into the sack? No, cannot. All right. And so now it kind of cleans up our inventory a little bit. In fact, let's open that sack one more time and put our Talisman of Sorcery in there. So this cleans up our inventory quite a bit as well. All right. Less weight means we're moving faster. And something else that I think I'm going to do is maybe I'll experiment. I'm about to do a better YouTube video talking about how to create character, making it a little bit more concise than this huge, long stream. And I'm going to try to go down into level 3, which I think will be okay for us. Especially now that we have 95, so we just advanced to level 5. Alchemy skill was most of that. Look at our total, if we check our stats, our total experience is 19,000 experience, and 8,000 of that is just from alchemy. Almost 9,000 is just from alchemy right there. And the rest is, or another 6,000 from literacy. So those things that really aren't doing much for battle is actually getting us most of our hit points, which we can definitely use for battle right there. All right, let's go down into this level, and this is the one where we had to run away from that dude. We didn't have to, I guess, but in fact we could turn on pyromancy, and I'm gonna get away from this chest. So let's try to kill that guy with some other stuff. So we don't want to burn the chest, so we'll get away from it, and then we'll fire once, and he's still alive, but pretty damaged. We'll fire twice, he's pretty damaged, and now maybe we can use our claws, and notice that we got clawing experience for that. And I didn't pay attention to it before, but you can roll back the video and you can see that we've got some clawing experience because it's the way we killed him that is going to give us the experience. So I didn't get any pyromancy experience. Maybe we want that, but in this case we didn't. Standing on top of him, he's got hammers and shields and helmets, and generally we don't want that. And if I had smithery skill, which we can check on real quick, if I had smithery skill, which I don't, then we would probably want to examine these items to get smithery experience. But since I don't have smithery skill, I'm just going to ignore them. And then we can come over here, and now in peace, we can search this chest for traps. And then once we're satisfied, we can apply the chest, see what's in there. There's some gloves. I will take those gloves and try to sell them. These fountains are actually perhaps special fountains that are going to act kind of as potions and have special abilities. Sometimes they might be bad, so we want to be careful with them. But we can E for examine that, and it says here, much of pyromancy focuses on the formation of fire and lightning to do harm to others, but there are other subtler applications that can aid wise practitioners. Suspected to have been first taught by the Fen fairies. These fires are not really fires at all, but rather protections of light that are cunningly projected into nearby souls, making their presence widely known. So now that I could drink that, and by drinking that, it says skill is ready to use magic items. And I just press the A to apply to drink the fountain. And then I can press a directional arrow and fire that in a certain direction. Right? Or maybe that didn't take effect. Just like I thought. It says use magic item, but I don't have any magic items to use. Let's see if we rotate off through that. Now it says use magic item, and can I hold down the fire and hit the left arrow again? There's no special attack. Okay. All right. So let's come down to this level, and if I read the sign, it says now we're on level 3. So this is where we start to need to pay a little bit more attention. I've got 8,700 experience in alchemy. So let's just see what we can get running through here real quick. 8,700 alchemy. I know it looks like there's nobody, but there will be. So if there's a priest, these guys are probably the most harmless. And I'm just going to use claws on him. We can see how easily claws can quickly take him out. Now we're at 412 clawing experience. Normally, this dungeon is a little bit more protected than this, so don't get overly confident in what you're seeing from this video right here. Level 3 is generally a little bit more protected with normally slightly those stronger dwarves. And so now we had 8,700 and now we've got 10,000 experience. So we're getting up there. We're gonna be at level 6 here pretty soon. And I noticed that there's a hole here. And holes generally are bonus levels. So if I come down into here, I do see that there's some orcs getting probably a generator somewhere for orcs. Although I don't see one. It's very rare that it just has one orc in there. But the good thing about these bonus levels with orcs, not only is there a lot of coins in here, but those orcs are going to be food for us as well. So I'm not going to flame anything. I'm just going to hit him. Did not leave any orc parts around. But I am going to come over here and I'm going to pick up all of these coins. And may as well pick those up. And I'm going to skip the fountain for right now. But you remember that fountains could be good. They could be bad. Looks like I missed a few there. It's possible that we could set up our pickup. In fact, it's hardly anything left. But if we set pickup to 4, that says pick up all items. And then we can just walk on top of those. And especially for coins that we don't need to examine, then that might be pretty okay. Then we could set pickup back to 0 and we won't be picking things up normally. Standing on this fountain, we can press the E to examine, and this is just a normal fountain. It doesn't have anything special to say. If we had an empty flask, we could, or container, we could dip it into here and pick up some fluid. This sign right here, if we read the sign, it says we're at level 4, but really this is just a level 3 bonus item. And coming down to here would be for level 4. We've picked up a few more items right here, but I'm gonna, since this one was so easy and kind of unexpectedly easy, I'm gonna try to come down to this next level. And here's where we need to be a little cautious. Notice that there's at least 4 of these normal dwarves, and they're gonna be attacking quite quickly. And so here's where we probably want to change our tactic. Because we're a dragon, it gives us a little bit more flexibility here. And in this particular case, we're probably going to use our spell points to flame those dwarven guards that are kind of in the area. It does mean that we're going to lose some things on the floor, but there should be so much around the other parts of the dungeon that ultimately I think that will be worth it and better rather than having to walk back out. These maps reset in 2 hours. We can check the maps and the resetting times by running the maps command. Lots of maps and how many hours and minutes they'll be until they reset. 2 hours, a little bit more for this map right here. And the must-try maps that we just were on, another hour or so. So a long time, and we don't want to necessarily wait that long to get this money that we're trying to pick up. We could do the maps command. If there's too much to read and look at, we could run the maps command and do MOST, just a few letters of the map that we're looking for. And then that way, when we run it again, then we see a much more concise researched output here. So we can see that all these maps are going to reset in about 2 hours. Some of these maps over here, the library, another 15 minutes for that one. Chess Club, another 15 minutes. And then we can get that literacy experience again if we just wait another hour. And last time we tried that, we got 6,000 experience for literacy, so we'll be able to get maybe another 5,000 or 6,000. Some of this literacy might be from other things that we've picked up, like these other scrolls we've picked up since then. So what we want to do is we want to make sure to not have our claws ready, but we want to get our breath weapon ready. And when we come down into this map here, we're going to fire it pretty quick. We can check cast, which is going to show us our casting abilities here. The breath flame, it's level 1. It's going to cost 5 spell points to cast, which means that we're going to have about 9 shots of it. And I think 9 shots should be plenty to kill those dwarfs. So let's just see how it goes. Come down in here. 1, 2, 3 shots. No, not quite enough to kill that guy. 4 shots. But then we can finish him off with the claws, and that's good. But notice that there's 3 more guys coming. 4 more. So now we're going to go back up the stairs. We're going to let ourselves heal a little bit. We're going to let ourselves generate some spell points. We want to make sure, because all that is costing food, that we're not down here without any food. So we've got some food, that's fine. Hey Xanax, it looks like you're about heading out. Have a good evening. All right, or did I miss him? Did he already leave? He chatted goodnight and then he left. Too bad. All right. So now that we're up in our hit points and our spell points, then let's go ahead and take a look at what's down there again. We'll get ready with our breath weapon, make sure that that's readied, and then we will apply the stairs, fire 1, 2, 3, 4 shots, and then maybe we can take this guy out the rest of the way with the claws so we don't use too many spell points. And now we've got 1 more guy. He's damaged quite a bit. We'll try to take him out with claws as well. And so that's good. So there was about, what, 5, 8? I guess we could kind of look at this, although we might have destroyed some items. And see how many hammers there are and how many helmets. So that's quite a few. And like I said, the previous levels were a little bit weaker than normal. If I apply this, it says we're on level 4. Level 3 is generally more protected than it was, for sure. Again, let's come down through here. We've got 10,000 alchemy experience, so let's go ahead and see what this is going to do for us. We are level 5 right now with 95 hit points, and we've got about 10,000 more experience that we need to go up to our next level, right? But we've got 10,000 of alchemy just there. So let's see what we get in this level. Just walking around a little bit. Let's just come down and pick up all of our stuff. We're already at 11,800. I see a chest there. Kind of nice that we can get a chest. There's another fountain here. Let's check out what this fountain says. It's just a normal fountain, so nothing special about it. I sometimes like to save the chests for last because they might explode, but I'm going to come over here and I'm going to search this chest right now. And this helps with our finding traps skill. Now 511 experience. Generally, traps on these higher levels only are going to have 1 trap. But later on, they could have more than 1 trap per chest, so we need to be careful. And then our disarming traps is 178, but we'll try to disarm it. Now 365. So just doing that, or taking the time to work with chests, can get us more experience there. And then we can apply that chest. and find some good stuff in there. We'll take all of those items, even though we can't use some, we'll sell some of that stuff. Standing right on top of it anyway. There's a diamond, could be good. Remember, we had exactly 10,000 experience when we started this level before we looked, or I should say alchemy experience before we started this level. And so now there is 19,000. So we got 9,000 and we only needed, or we had 10,000. So this one level got us about an additional 10,000 alchemy experience. And if you look at this, we're almost up to a whole nother level in our character. Looking at this statistics, we see that we're only 900 points or 850 points away from our next level for our hit points, right? We've only been playing for an hour and 50 minutes, and I've been doing a lot more explaining than we would have to do as well. All right, but we're getting pretty close to a place where the number of dwarves in here are going to be getting a little bit more tough as we go down. So we do want to be more cautious. So we might come over here. We don't want to fry these things. We'll kill the priest pretty quick with claws. So that's a greater dwarven guard over there that isn't moving, and that's going to be a little bit more challenging for us to kill, but as long as we don't walk right next to him, then he'll just stand there and shoot stuff at us, which isn't too bad necessarily. We can pick up those items if we want to, but generally that probably won't be all that expensive. And what do we got right there following us? Whoa, that was pretty damaging. So I think that was a summoned creature that was summoned from probably one of the wizards that's down there. So that really attacked us fast. Good thing that we were by the door. Like I said, there can be some challenges down there, but now we are level 6 from just killing, probably from just killing the priest down there, and maybe from getting the alchemy stuff that we got as well. So we're at 21,000 for alchemy. So let's go ahead and say that we're fine for this, especially getting down in there that deep with that creature. Pretty sure it was maybe a fire elemental. I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. Since our weight is only 358 and we're coming up pretty early, then something else that we could do is pick up all of these items as well. So we're not going to get any experience because we don't have smithery, but it does mean that we're going to get some ability to sell some of this stuff. Something else that I guess we should really do early on, and I probably want to make a note of this for my little bit more thought out YouTube video that's more specific and directed, is we need a way to get back home. And it's fine for me to walk back home this way through this, but it would be a little bit faster and nicer if I could just zap back home with a word of recall or a balm of recall rather than walk the whole way. However, I kind of wanted to wait to do that until we got an apartment, which I think we're going to be able to do right now. So we'll come back over here. We will step onto this. We don't have to step onto the same thing, of course. And we will just sell all of these items here. In fact, let's make sure. I think we did put away all of our coins into our sack the last time. If we look in our sack, there's where we got all of our platinum and gold and silver from last time. So all of this stuff is what we've accumulated so far. 72 platinum already, and just from the room of coins that we came into, 183 platinum. As I sell more and more of these piles of things, again, I've got locked in the things I don't want to accidentally drop or sell. And that way, if I accidentally do a right click on it, it won't sell those items. All of these things we can sell. And there we go. So now, look at this. 211 platinum coins for that next level. And remember, 200 platinum coins is all we need for our apartment. Which means that all of the things, all the money in this sack, an additional 136 platinum, we have saved. Right? And now we can spend on something else. All right. Let's do it then. We're going to come over here and we're going to get an apartment. We'll just come right over here. It says to drop 1,000 gold, but we're just going to drop all of our platinum. Leaves us with 11 platinum. And now we have our apartment. Very good. We can drop additional coins here if we want. We can certainly open up our sack, take out these items from it, and we can do a few things. We can unlock the cauldron, drop that, so we're not carrying that 80 kilograms worth of weight anymore. We could also we might want to keep some things, like maybe the Talisman of Sorcery. We might have a need for that on our adventures. So I'm going to put that back in. Scrolls of Strength, though, we don't necessarily need those being carried around all the time. Keys we might want. Maybe we'll put them in the sack. Oops, those scrolls we want to drop on the ground a little bit later. Medium Snowstorm is a book that we can't read right now, and this scroll we don't have any ability to do anything with it now, so we want to drop those on the ground, and the rest of this stuff we don't need to carry around with us. So we will drop that scroll. This other scroll looks a little different, so I'm going to put it down where I normally put random readings, and we'll drop this spell book right there. And then for these other things, I've got that 5 silver that seems to not want to join with the other silver, so we'll just drop that on the ground, and there we go. The next thing that we probably want to do is get that library card, and was that library card 138 platinum? I forget. Let's check that out real quick here. So if I examine 266 platinum for that library card right there. And what I'm going to do is simulate. I'm going to hope that I don't have any stream snipers on right now, and I'm going to come over here and I'm going to drop my gold and platinum and coins right there, and then switch over to my buyer character. So we'll hop in the bed, and then we will choose our buyer character and play that. And even though this character is, and I'm going to drop all my money that I have here, so we're not carrying any money right now. And so when I come over here and I pick up this money, all of this money that we pick up will be from my new character that we have. So we're not mixing money. I don't want to do any cheating here. So we will pick up those items. Now, here's the advantage of doing this. I've got this character right here. He's Buyer the Elf. And he is an elf that is a priest, I'm pretty sure. And with an elf priest, we got pretty high on our charisma. In fact, if I check my stats, my maximum stat is 25, and I did max him out all the way. It looks like natural right now is 24. I wonder if this wonder if this character died somehow? Not really sure. Let's come back into here and get to our potions of life, and I see that I'm level 8. Minor potion of life is not going to cut it anymore, so I'm going to come out over to the post office, come over here to Colette, and say receive. No packages. Because I don't generally play this buyer character for very long, I was hoping to find a potion of spell point regeneration there, but if not, that's fine. So what we're looking at right now is coming back over to the library and back up into here, stepping on this library card now and pressing E. Notice that here it's only going to cost us 81 platinum, right? And for those of you that are saying, hey, that's cheating, not really. In fact, I would say not at all. The money that we have right here, the 3 types of coins, are only the coins that our new character found and generated and sold things for. We're not going to intermix any of this other stuff that this character has, and this is a character that you could have by spinning up a brand new character yourself. A priest, an elf, putting all your points into charisma is now 25, and that's what I would strongly recommend for you, because notice that we're saving quite a bit of platinum. I think it was 230 or 220 platinum or something. The library card, now only 81. Very affordable. I'll go ahead and buy that item then. So we will pick up the library card. And that key right there lets us get into some other parts that I've talked about before, but even this guy is going to cost 272 platinum. It only works for a day, so it's not too big of a deal. And so we'll go ahead and leave the shop. That means we paid for it. And then we'll go ahead and walk out. Remember, all the coins that this priest has right now were coins from our new player, new character. So we'll drop all that. We'll drop the library card for him also. Go back into our bed, come back as Hothead. Now we have a library card. Now we probably want to lock into place. In fact, what I'm going to do, I don't know if this is going to work, but can I put that library card in the sack? And just because it's in my inventories in the sack, would that be enough to get into the library? I think so, but we'll check. So now we're going to come into the library, and hopefully we can get past this second set of doors. We can, and even into this gate right here. Perfect. Awesome. And so this gives us access to all of these additional books. And notice that we're at 6,100 literacy right now. And for these, we do want to both examine and apply these books right here. We want to examine and apply, examine and apply, examine and apply. Notice that we're not getting experience for every single thing, because some of these books might be more advanced than we can deal with, right? But we will take everything that we can get. And unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be a lot at the moment. The more skills that we have, the more benefit this will end up being. But both examining and applying these are going to be helpful. And remember, we had about 6,100. So now we've doubled our literacy experience here just super quick. We are into our level 6, getting up there. We're level 4 in literacy. So all good stuff. We should be reading this as well if you are actually a new player. It'll be helpful for you for the game. The key would get us into this door right here, but we don't care about those extra few books for this particular time. All right. So that is a lot of new experience for us. 108 hit points now. Let's also check maps at this time. In fact, there's too many to look at, but I can see things like City Hall requires 32 more minutes. The weapon shop requires 35 minutes, and so on. So maybe in another 30 minutes, we can come back to some of these other shops and arenas and so on, and get, there's the inn, 26 minutes, where we can get more literacy experience back at the inn. But we still need to wait another 26 minutes for that. In the meantime, we now have more levels of hit points, and something else that we could do if we wanted to experiment with our, or build up our summoning, is coming over here to the fun house. It's another place that we could build up our summoning skill very easily and quickly. We've got 1,600 experience, and at 2,000 and at 4,000 we'll go up some levels in that. So if I come in here, let's kind of ready our summoning spell. It automatically wears that talisman for us. And we'll enter, and then we will get that ready and fire this down the hall. We've got to make sure we have an empty space to be able to fire it. But then our golem should be taking these guys out. We're not frying the room this way. And we are getting summoning experience up to 1717 now, 1727. It's really easy because that golem just likes to go straight. Oops. And we can bring him back if we want. And then fire him down the hall again a little bit more. I don't want him to go too far because I want him to kind of stay between me and enemies that are approaching. This isn't the fastest way. I mean, we could get through this faster by using our claws or our breath weapon, but that's not the point of the benefit of this map. This map is in these long hallways that are narrow, and that really makes it very nice so we're not getting attacked, while our golem that does walk in straight lines can protect us and take out these monsters for us. That's a little bit more of the reason that we would do this here. Looks like our golem finally bit the dust, so we'll just send out another one. And if they're running too far away, we won't go chase them down necessarily. We can walk up here a little closer now, and we can look at our woodsman skill at 340. We can examine those items and pick them up if we want. Again, just pick up these items and look at our woodsman. Yeah. And we can now finally see down this hall a little bit more. Looks like our golem's doing some good down here, and this hurt orc is blocking the goblins up there. And now it looks like our guy is gone, so we'll have to run back, send out another one. We can pick up these items there. send our golem back, protect us a little bit more. Not that we need protecting, but it does save our food from diminishing. And we're at 375 woodsmen. Let's see what we get from that. Yeah, we got a little bit more woodsmen from that. All right. Send our golem out in that other direction. $435 woodsmen. There's a chest. While our golem's doing things over there, we can search that chest. Come back, golem. We could use our claws for that, but the whole idea here is to get a little bit of experience for our golem and summoning skill specifically. And it looks like our golem finally is gone. So we're gonna come back here, give ourselves a little room and fire another one. We can search the chest. I'm gonna move him down. Of course, when it gets dark, I can't really see what he's doing. But I have a pretty good idea. He's getting close down in there. And our summoning of 1908, we should see that still go up in a little bit as he kills this thing over here. All right, I'll search while he's doing that around the corner. Looks like we're fine. We will apply this chest, get those coins. Then let's go see how he's doing around here. Did we do the right thing? Ah, there wasn't anything else left over there. Okay, that's fine. So in this case, we don't want to walk our guy all the way back here. So we'll just get it ready. Let's see if there's anyone else back in here. And then we could just fire it right there. And get our summoning experience. We don't even have to be there. Look, 1908 to 1933. We didn't even have to be watching it. And we got that experience there. We'll search this chest or search for traps. Take these items. Take those items. And looks like there's a lot of goblins up there, so we'll fire the golem up that direction. Again, this is the advantage, or one of the benefits about this type of map. We'll search for traps here. And as we're finding them, summoning experience is going up. We're about at level 2, getting pretty close there. I think 2,000. We'll see that. And let's try to disarm that trap, which we do successfully disarm it. Let's search again the other door just a little bit. I don't want my golem to kill the generator right now, at least, because I want it to generate some more goblins that we can get experience for. I'm just going to bring my golem back and then let him turn back up to the room. And while he's up there, we'll collect these items. 2,000 summoning experience now is level 2. And notice that the generator finally went away. We'll pick up these items and these items, and we'll search both these doors for potential traps. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try to open up all 4 of these doors as quick as we can, and then race down to the hallway and then just use our golem to kill everything that's coming out of these rooms. And these rooms are packed with monsters, right? So those are things that we can open. And let's attack this direction. Oops. Let's fire a golem up there. Oops, am I not firing the golem? Oops, where are we going? Got my keys on different keystrokes, or my fingers misplaced there, which can be really bad. But I think I'll just use claws for these 2 kobolds, and then our golem should be on his way back up. Lots of monsters in those other rooms. Summoning is at 2200. $2,300. So again, a real easy way to get those experience points up. And we'll just pick up these items. 495 in Woodsman now. Looks like we lost our golem, so I had to run back down real quick and shoot another one up there. $2,400 in summoning. And let's see if we can bust open these doors. I'm going to search just a little bit longer, and then I'm going to try to bust through these doors. And bust through this door. Again, I'm not losing too many hit points at the moment. And then we can get out of here, fire a golem up there. And then just take these guys out. Slowly but surely. 2,600 experience for summoning. We got golem ready to spell in case we need another one, which looks like we did. Just got it off just barely in time. I'm at a place where I can escape back to the door if I need to. Some of these creatures, the zombies, are a little bit stronger, and so they might kill off our golem a little faster. So he's not making quite as quick progress as he was earlier, but soon he'll be able to make some progress forward. And when he gets up to this doorway, we're going to have to be really careful. We don't want him to pass that doorway, or some of the monsters can escape around him and come down. So we'll just fire another one off once he gets up to the doorway level. We could fire one off right here, right now. And what that would do is just make sure we have a fresh golem. Because they only last a certain amount of time, and they only have a certain amount of power and strength. So zombie corpses are something else. So we want to look at our Woodsman 495, and we're going to see if we can get anything off of that, which we didn't. The zombie corpses can also give us good stuff as well. So remember, eating that, let's see what we get from that. And it tastes very good, but we don't get any bonus from that. So this was a time when our golem made it past the door, so we didn't want these guys to escape around. So I had to bring him back or shoot another one. And let's pick up all these things. And we can take a peek in these rooms. There's still quite a few monsters in there, so we're gonna come down here, get our golem ready again. And maybe we'll shoot one into that room, just in that direction. It is costing us spell points to fire these guys off, so we don't have unlimited golems. Kind of chasing that goblin around a little bit. Probably don't need to do that. I think he's running away normally. I can come in here and pick up some of the rest of these items while I'm at it. I can also, while the golem's doing his thing, I can also search the chests. Just fire one straight into the other room. I don't need to keep an eye on him the whole time. I should be getting summoning experience even while I don't see him. 3167, now 3168, 3169. Those rats are only 1 point each. But now he made it to the back wall, so it's not doing too much more for me over there. You can bring the golem back over in here, try to kill some of these guys. But here is where we start to see a little bit of the problem with the golems, in that they're not hunting down the rats on their own, and so we're losing a little bit of time perhaps, rather than just shooting them straight up somewhere else. So what we might want to do is just bring him back this direction, just fire him up that straight long corridor, and just avoid these mice rats for now. These guys don't look like they have traps on them, so I'll just get rid of that. We'll follow this up. Picking up things on the floor. Looks like a lot was on the floor there. And now we've got some goblins up here, which maybe means that we should come down here and shoot up another golem. That way you can get a fresh start on the whole thing. And for something like this, we see a lot of stuff in this room. We might try to pick up some of it if it's easy enough to pick up. See that there's a key down here in the corner. I can get some clawing experience. I can just run through these rats fairly easy. Maybe I don't really care about all that too much. Our golem is, looks like made it all the way to the back. So let's bring him down and through this door here, around into that room. I haven't looked in this room recently, but it looks like it's pretty empty. And I can hit these rats with the claws, just to get some experience with that. And we'll search this chest. I'm not too worried about the rats right at the moment. We'll finish them off with pyromancy and the dragon breath. That chest was empty. Search this door. There is a trap there. That's kind of nice to see, because then we can get some experience for it. And disarming traps is at 538, and we failed to disarm at that time, but now we have 716 experience for disarming traps successfully. And then we can just bust through that. Bunch of rats in here as well. We'll just use claws, or if we wanted to, we could just take our breath weapon and flame them all for a couple of times. And let's see, did I search these? Let's just search again real quick, just in case I didn't search these chests very well yet. They look like they're safe, which is kind of interesting, because I don't think I've seen any of the chests in this floor this time as being trapped, which is a little strange. There's not a lot of rats left in here. I hate to use a breath weapon just for so few, if they're not all in a big group like that. These rats are only worth, what, 1 point each? So clawing, 775, 776, 777, 8, yeah. So not really a lot of points for those. Here we have some orcs, which we could shoot our golem out after. A little bit more summoning experience, 3319 at the moment. We'll send him up north. Looks like a lot of guys had fled up here, and that's fine for us. In the meantime, while our golem is slowly making his way up, and that's fine, getting just a little bit of experience, it does give us some time right now to do some other things. So we're looking at our protections, and we're hoping we can get some protections from orc and zombie corpses. So if we've already looked at these and tried to examine them, and we got woodsman experience perhaps, but now we want additional types of things. So we're going to try to eat it. It tastes very good, but it doesn't look like it gives us any abilities. Same thing with 2 goblin corpses. We'll eat those. Probably nothing for those necessarily. Orc corpses, we'll eat a couple of those with some orc chops and a bunch more orc chops. Goblins' heads, orcs' heads, orcs' feet. Tasting bad, has no taste, tastes terrible. And what we're really looking for is something that says it tastes good and we have a higher chance. But even with it tastes good or delicious, that still doesn't mean we have a 100% chance of gaining something from that. Let's send our golem off around the corner to the next section here. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like we've gotten anything from our eating, which is a little sad. And we'll send the guy down south to finish off these rats down here. Didn't mean to drag that over there. All right, let's check out what's going on down here. All right. And let's see. Looks like we got a few more rats, and again, maybe this isn't the best use of the time. Summoning, we're only getting 1 point per rat right now. So I'm just going to come up here and run through them a little more quickly with the claws. It's still only 1 experience, but ultimately down here, we want to get around the corner so we can get these little items just picked up. There's some goodies down here that we may as well get. And I'll just kind of bust through these guys as quick as I can. And then we'll just pick these things up down here and not really worry about the experience for these rats. All right. And I think we're done. It's not worth it to come around here and get these rats one at a time. I've picked up everything from these rooms. There's some more rats around, and they're continuing to breed, but we've picked up all the goodies. So we can go ahead and head out. And that run right there did not really get us a whole lot of overly interesting things. We didn't get huge amounts of experience or anything, but we did build up some experience for some things like our summoning that was maybe a little bit more challenging to build up. Maybe I should have kept track of how much we got from there as opposed to the dry well, which I think got us more, but we do have to wait, right? So if we check a look at maps for well, the dry well still has about 34 more minutes before it resets, right? So may as well try to get some experience in some other places. In the meantime, something else that we might want to take a look at is our shops. So maps for shop. And we can see that the magic shop has 7 minutes and 5 minutes and 4 minutes. So we're very, very close to being able to coming back and getting the literacy experience for those places. In the meantime, let's come up to here, and for our brand new character, let's do something else while we're remembering. Let's walk into the castle and around to this part where we can come up to the magistrate and we can say hello to the magistrate, and they're asking, do we want to go on an adventure? And something else, let's look at quest list right now. Quest list all, in fact. So here we see you did not start any quests. All right. So we certainly want to start some quests. In fact, if I haven't started any quests, why is that port gate opening? Maybe the port gate opens even without that. Tell you what, let me check this. If I walk up to this gate here, is that going to open for me? It does. I don't remember that gate opening up for me before without having started any quests. Quest list all. Oops, I don't need to say that. It's not a thing to say. It is a command to run. Quest list all. But we didn't start any quests. So why is that gate opening? Curious, curious. Hey, doing pretty good. How are you doing? Glad to see you joining the stream. Thanks for stopping in. I've had one viewer for about 3.5 hours, and only one viewer, same viewer. And then about 30 minutes ago, they left for the day. That's my Poland guy. And then I haven't had any viewers for the last 30 minutes. So that's a big change from yesterday when I had 7. I guess goes down to advertising, right? I made a big deal about it yesterday. Had 7 people come in. Now let's see. So what I was about to do, well, tell you what, actually, I'm getting a little hungry, to be quite honest. I've been at this for several hours, and I don't mean my character is getting hungry, I mean me. So I might wrap it up here in just like 3 minutes. Let me check one thing here real quick. I'm going to check maps on shop, and you'll notice that in about 1 or 2 minutes, the armor shop, magic shop, weapon shop are all going to reset, and then I can get the literacy from that. I think I want to wait just those 2 or 3 minutes for that. But I think probably after that, I'm going to go ahead and take a break. I've been streaming for, what, 5 hours now? Let's check that real quick. 4.5 hours. So what we'll do is we will take a break, and I might come back for a little bit more later, but maybe not. Looks like you're doing all right. I can be one of the special viewers today. Yes, you are one of the 2 viewers it looks like I'm going to have, unless someone else comes in the next 5 minutes. You will be one of the only 2 viewers I had entire day. That is crazy sad, actually. I'm glad that you're here. but sad that I only had 2 viewers for the entire day. Let's see. I don't want to jump into this too quick, so I want to check maps. And let's just make sure that the inn, and there's too much for me to look at there, so I'm just going to do maps for inn. And it looks like the inn is already reset. The arena is probably already reset. But some of those other things still have a few seconds to go. So Aisha, what are you doing today? What are you doing with your time? Ah, is that a lockpick set? No, it's a balm of whatever that thing is, which is something that we need, actually, to win that game. Take a break. Yeah, 4.5 hours is a long time, absolutely. Take a break now. I will take a break in about 3 minutes. I will take a break, and I need to eat something. So that is a good reminder to take a break. I appreciate it. Let me check this thing right here. It's going to cost 240 platinum for this thing that we really need for something in Pup Town, in Lone Town, for one of the quests. I'm not sure if it's actually a scorn. It might be a potion. I forget. But Ethel Reality is definitely something that we need. Flint and steel. There's a bunch of other things. What about this amulet? Just +1 armor class, resist drain, another flint and steel. I really need a lockpick set, and maybe that's just a normal book. Okay, so nothing overly interesting in there. Oh, you're taking a break also. Oh, I see. That's cool. Yeah. Well, I am going to take a break in probably, I said, about 2 minutes now, or 3. All right, let's check these shops one more time. So this is the smithery shop. In fact, I'm just going to search maps for smith and also maps for shop. And it looks like the general shop, gem shop, looks like the other shops now have finally reset, so I can go into those. Let's come around here to the back. We're going to do, looking at our literacy, 14,549. We're going to be examining and applying, examining and applying. So we got examine and apply for the first book, but nothing for the second book, and sometimes that happens. And that has to do with this level of what we're trying to read. We'll come into here and apply that book. We had to apply the bookcase first. And now, let's check library. I don't think that the library is reset yet. In fact, it's still got about 1.5 hours to go, so we won't go in there right now. But that will get us a lot of experience for literacy again, a little bit later on. And into here. Got those books. And we'll come back down here into City Hall. Let's see what City Hall looks like. We're now level 5 in literacy skill. That's great. Maps. Looking for city. City Hall looks like it has been reset as well. So again, as always when coming in here, we not only want to read the books on the right, but we also want to find this paper that's in the desk, open the desk or apply the desk, apply the proverbs there. But we also want to come grab this food and get that other talisman or amulet or something over here. And we will drop our food. It says 19. We'll drop all of it, but it will only cost 10. We'll have 9 left over that we pick up. We'll come in here and grab this ring. Again, an identified ring that we now have in our stuff, which we're going to need to take back and identify. Check the post office as well. Remember, for this 18929, we'll middle click and middle click, and it looks like we didn't get anything there. Maybe the post office had not reset yet. I think if I scroll up, I'll probably be disappointed in myself. That's just the shops. There is an IPO Scorn post office. Still had an hour to go. We'd gone in there somewhat recently. Let's check this weapon store real quick and just see if there's anything around in there. I don't seem to remember there was anything in there that we were interested in. But I am interested in this armor shop up here. Looking in the far upper right for rods, especially skill scrolls perhaps, and same thing here, the middle of the room. We're looking for things. I think that's going to be another flint and steel, which I'm not overly interested in at the moment. Looking around here, there is amulet of reason and speed +1. Probably more expensive than I want to pay for that at the moment. And then finally the magic shop. I guess it might have reset. Alright, look at all those rods up there. Oh my goodness. So we definitely want to check these out. Rod of Sunspear level 15. Definitely want one of those. And finding a lot of rods of Sunspear in here. Maybe one every couple of days. Medium Fireball and Ice Storm. So this is one, this Sunspear has been so good for me in the past. I definitely want to try to grab it. It's not a level 66 like the other one I found, but even this one at level 15 is going to be pretty good. Let's see what they want for that. 5,000 platinum. And I don't think I have that right now. So this one's probably just gonna have to go by the wayside. Even my other character, it's probably gonna cost too much for him as well. I don't see any skill scrolls that are gonna be useful. Let's come down here, resist acid, resist cold. Let's see, AC, life stealing, resist depletions, just holy words. I don't think I need any of those. All right, so that Rod of Sunspear is going to cost me, let's check it again, 5,032. And if I sell all these items, since we're here with this character, we may as well sell the stuff, right? So everything that's not locked in, quiver, daggers, all this stuff, we can sell all of these weapons and shields and all that kind of stuff. The ring, I want to make sure to hold on to just a little bit longer. Graveyard dirt, detecting magic, we can get rid of that as well. And the rubies and sapphires, so look at 143 platinum right there. And I do want to come over here and look at what we have not identified. That healing potion still hasn't been identified, but you know what? I'm just gonna do it anyway. That way it just gets out of the way. I don't need to keep dropping it every time. So we're back here. We've got plenty of gold now. We'll drop the 1,400 silver. We end up with 1,000 silver. And now we get the healing potion. technically identified. And we also see that we have a ring of +1 strength, which could be good. I mean, I've got a strength of 21. I'm carrying 2250 right now. If I drop some silver here to check, just to verify it's not cursed, it's not cursed. And if I come up to here and I drop some more just to confirm that it's magic, and it is, so I can carry 2250, strength of 21. Let's wear that. 2400, strength of 21. And there we go. This also means that I've got 143 platinum, which is not going to be enough to buy that rod still. All right. Let's check our sack just to see if we've got any extra money in there, which we don't. And if I come back to my apartment, I don't know if I dropped extra money in here. Oops, our sack is open. That's going to be a problem for us. And I did drop those weird 5 silver pieces, but that's not enough for anything. So let's drop some keys over here. In fact, let's put keys up at the top. Food rations come over here a little bit. The whey bread will keep on us. This ring we definitely want to lock in place until we find some better rings, but until then we're carrying more and we have a more strength, so that's good. Our talisman healing potion we've got locked in place. All right. Okay, folks. So I think that's going to do it for me for today. Right now we did a stream on creating a new character, and we got that character in what, about 5 hours. We got that character up to level 6, and we also had it didn't take that long. Actually, we could have done it a lot faster, but we've got some really good stuff started. We got alchemy already at 21,000, literacy at 19,000. We've started working on our summoning, woodsman, clawing a little bit, pyromancy, finding and disarming traps, a little bit in those as well. We had really bad luck with eating a bunch of the monster parts, and we didn't get any protections this time. That's a little unfortunate, but we did find a couple of things, including this talisman of sorcery, which I thought was really good. All right. And a library card, which we paid for. So we've got an apartment and a library card all in the same day, and most of that came from the money that we got from exploring down to level 5, was it? 4 or 5 in the Dwarven Mines. All right, guys, that is going to be it for me today. Thanks to everyone for stopping by the stream. We're going to go ahead and click on our farewell. Make sure you like, subscribe, share the video, all this kind of stuff. It's really important to us right now as we're trying to expand word of mouth. As I mentioned a little while ago, we only had 2 viewers come in for today's stream, which is not really good. Algorithm looks at that and says, oh, I guess nobody likes this stuff. So we want to make sure that we've got some likes, shares, and subscribes, and tell your friends about it, all that kind of stuff. Watch the stream again, and hopefully that'll help. We'll pick up tomorrow with some more fun, fantastic stuff. I'll see y'all then.